In 2/3 innings in his career without giving up an earned run. This time he's got a Red Sox jersey on. And the return of Nomar Garciaparra to Fenway Park. A look back to Nomar's reign in Boston.
You will never have the time. I would love to change your mind. You were there, and it was good in the beginning. Yeah, take my hand.
Your special occasion a premium experience. Call 877-RED-SOX-9 or visit redsox.com/premium.
I always took everything apart as a kid. Always wanted to know how things worked. Electronics were always intriguing to me. I felt the best course of action would be pursue that as a career. In my job, I get to travel quite a bit. I've been to Japan a couple of times. I love going new places, trying new food, meeting new people. I feel very successful.
We are educators helping people build a foundation for the rest of their lives. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-ITT-TECH or visit us on the web.
Now entering soft scrub.
Take me, baby. Take me now. Take me, baby. Take me to the edge of explosion.
Now entering body buff.
Axe Detailer Shower Tool. A soft black side, a rough red side.
Nesson's closing every game in extra innings. W.B. Mason extra innings immediately following every Sox game. And keep it on Nesson for the last word on Granite City Electric Red Sox final. Hear what the players, coaches, and analysts have to say every game night on Nesson.
Welcome back to Fenway Park for Game 1 of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Oakland A's. Welcome inside the broadcast booth once again. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, Nomar Garciaparra stepping on the field here at Fenway Park for the first time since 2004 when he was with the Red Sox at the time. Since then, over the last 5 years, of course, a member of the Chicago Cubs, Los Angeles Dodgers, and now the Oakland A's. While with the Red Sox, a 1997 AL Rookie of the Year, a 5-time All-Star with the Red Sox, and in 99 and 2000, an American League batting champion, all while in a Red Sox uniform. With more, the third member of our broadcast team, with more on Nomar, here's Heidi Watney.
Well, Don, Nomar Garciaparra's last game here at Fenway Park was July 25th, 2004. And when he left that day, he didn't realize it would be his last game in a Red Sox uniform. And he said he was disappointed he never got to say goodbye to the fans. Well, today, he was asked what he would say to those fans if he got the chance.
I love them. I mean, I don't know how else to put to the fans that I just love them. I love the way they treated me the whole time I was here. And I'm getting a little emotional just because when I was gone, Boston fans are everywhere, which is awesome. And I can't tell you how many times I heard thank you, appreciate everything you did, thank you for all you did. And I can't tell them thank you what that meant to me. I mean, even today, I was just walking down wonderful Newberry Street. And a guy came up to me, shook my hand, and just looked me in the eyes and said, thank you for all you did. And I just looked at him, no, thank you. Excited, anxious, nervous, all that stuff. Why? Because I have so many great memories here. The emotions that I experienced here, just, playing in front of these great people, these fans in this wonderful stadium. This is where my career started. So for me, that's what's going to go through me.
And Red Sox Nation seems to have the same affinity for Nomar as he does for them. He was getting loud cheers even during batting practice. Standing here next to the Oakland dugout, I've heard numerous fans shout out, "We love you, Nomar. We miss you, Nomar." And you can see a number of number 5 jerseys, not with Baldelli on the back, but with Garciaparra. Don?
Well, it should be fun to get the reaction of the Red Sox fans here tonight at Fenway Park when Nomar is introduced. We introduced Dennis Eckersley and tonight John Smoltz. First time in a Red Sox uniform he'll be on the Fenway Park mound. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, another first for John Smoltz. I don't care how long you've been in the big leagues, to make a start like this against, in Fenway Park, you've been looking forward to this for a long, long time. And last time out, against the Baltimore Orioles, we're worried about fastball command. And that's exactly what he did in the first inning. You see Markakis, he throws a fastball to Paint on the outside corner. And in the same inning against Adam Jones, he throws a piece of cheese right by him. So he looked good in the first inning. And I expect a lot more from him in this game coming up. The Oakland A's not being a good offensive club. He should have a good night.
Well, John Smoltz has had success here in an Atlanta Braves uniform. Tonight, he'll be in a Red Sox uniform, and we come back to Fenway with more after this.
Adamika, we know you have enough to worry about.
My carbon footprint.
Termites, radon, rotator cuff.
But when you call Amika, you won't have to worry about auto insurance.
I know I'm covered.
A friend told me about Amika years ago. Now I tell my friends.
Switch to Amika today. We take the time to explain your options and get you the right coverage.
I talked to a lot of insurance companies.
As soon as I called, I knew I had the right people.
And if you have an accident, you'll get the service you deserve.
Amika is always there for me. They pay the claim. No hassles, no worries.
Call Amika now and see why we've been ranked highest in customer satisfaction among national auto insurers for 9 straight years.
I got enough to worry about.
Too much sodium. Shin splints.
Dude, you don't have shin splints.
Oh, I have shin splints. Get out.
Call this number now for your free no-obligation quote. Amika. It's not just how you're covered, it's how you're treated.
Today's truck market is more complicated than ever.
Where can I find the truck I need?
How can I get financing?
Which one can handle the most payload?
Who makes the best?
The solution is simple. Start at NewEnglandFord.com. Here, you'll find the 2009 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Ford F-150. Drive the Ford difference now and get 0% financing plus $3,500 cash or up to $5,000 cash back. Find it all at NewEnglandFord.com. Get online today, then get to your local Ford dealer.
Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Williams swings, and there's a long drive to deep right.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Fenway Park.
It's a picture-perfect evening from Fenway Park, the first of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Oakland A's. John Smoltz has taken the hill. The Red Sox have taken the field tonight. And as they do, let's check out the Oakland A's starting 9. Adam Kennedy at third base, leading it off with Orlando Cabrera at shortstop batting second. Matt Holliday in left field bats third with Jason Giambi at first base in the cleanup spot. Kurt Suzuki does the catching. Nomar Garciaparra is the DH with Jack Cust getting the start in right field. Ryan Sweeney in center bats eighth, and Mark Ellis at second base bats ninth. On the mound for the first time in a Red Sox uniform at Fenway Park, it's John Smoltz. He's 0-1 in his first 2 starts of the year, 6.00 earned run average. 7 strikeouts and a .278 opponent batting average. Last time out before the rain came at Camden Yards in Baltimore, he'd worked 4 innings, giving up just 1 run and a walk and 2 strikeouts. Red Sox defensively have Jason Bay in left, Jacoby Ellsbury in center field, Rocco Baldelli around in right with Kevin Youkilis at third base, Julio Lugo at shortstop, Nick Green at second base. It is Aaron Bates at first base tonight for the Red Sox. Jason Varitek doing the catching for John Smoltz. Umpiring crew tonight, Greg Gibson has the play calling the balls and strikes. Ted Barrett at first base. Tim McClellan, the crew chief, at second base. And Andy Fletcher is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game. It is just a beautiful night here at Fenway, 72 degrees. Right to left goes the breeze at just 5 miles per hour. Partly cloudy is expected, but right now, nothing but blue skies above Fenway. Well, John Smoltz in a Braves uniform, all kinds of success here at Fenway Park. Here's his first pitch in a Red Sox uniform at Fenway. And he misses for ball one. We're underway.
I'll tell you what, if I was John Smoltz tonight, I would be juiced up. Trying to get that fastball down is going to be a tough thing in the first inning.
This lifted foul off to the left and out of play. Adam Kennedy picked up by the Oakland A's and having a very good season, having a chance to play here on a regular basis. And at third base tonight for the A's, of course, Eric Chavez lost again for the season. Let me take a look at where Adam Kennedy was to begin this year. Of course, with the Cardinals organization released, ends up here with the A's and having a chance and making good as he lines one into center field, a base hit to begin this top of the first inning for the A's.
Oh, all he's looking for is a fastball right there. That's all he's gotten. He knows that he's having trouble locating his fastball. He's all over this fastball right down the middle. Shoots that ball right back up the middle. Base hit center field. It's a big first inning for Smoltz. There's no getting around it. I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you've played. You're bound to be nervous. There's no doubt about it.
Just like that first inning in his first outing in Washington, which did not go well for John first time out, and hoping to have better success here tonight in this first inning. Runner takes off at first. Cabrera fouls it off, and Kennedy's got a return.
You know, Oakland's going to try anything to score runs. I mean, as you know, everybody knows they're last in the league in all these offensive categories, but they're going to try to do something. He did it right away, hit and run.
Oakland hitting at .240 as a team collectively, and that is last in the American League. Only the Padres in Major League Baseball have a lower batting average as a team. It's outside for ball one, 1-1. So offensively, they have not been good. Pitching wise, a 4.29 earned run average. That is 9th in the American League. And defensively, they are 11th. So not getting much hitting, not much in the pitching department, and the defense has been suspect.
That about covers it. That about covers it.
I mean, there's not a lot to go with there. I mean, it's they are 11 games back in the American League West behind the Angels and Rangers to start the night.
There's that slider. Well, he's going to have a lot of success tonight if he has this thing against right-handed hitters. See ya. That ball absolutely disappears.
So Kennedy at first, Cabrera with a count of 1-2. Starts and stops now. Chopper to short. Lugo to second for one. On to first, double play. Kennedy had started, then stopped at first. The Red Sox able to turn the double play, and there's two down in the first inning.
Boy, Smoltz gets away with a hanging breaking ball. It's such a bad hanger. I don't know how you get a ground ball with a hanging breaking ball, but he does. Easy double play ball by Cabrera.
So two down, bases empty, and Matt Holliday the batter.
It's kind of nice to go out there and get away with a bad pitch like that and turn it into a double play.
Key matchup is brought to you by Acura against John Smoltz. Good numbers for Matt Holliday. We're watching him crush home run after home run today during batting practice. He's not been able to take that into the game with him, unfortunately. He does have 8 home runs on the year, but we certainly expect much more for a guy like Matt Holliday. In the corner, and it's 1-1.
You saw a biter right there, but see the pitch to Cabrera, this double play ball. Look at this pitch. This ball is brutal. That's a terrible breaking ball. Next thing you know, you got a double play. That's a good night. That means you're going to have a good night. Get away with it in the first inning, get it over with.
Framed by Veritek, but it's ball 2, and it's 2-1.
This ball looks like a fastball, paint inside, a little inside, I would assume. You see the white chalk, it's almost lined up with that.
In the center field, a base hit for Matt Holliday. Second hit of the inning for the Athletics.
Just what a crazy game. You throw a hanging slider, get a double play ball. You make a pretty good pitch to Holliday, breaking ball. This is a good spot for this breaking ball. It kind of rolled a little bit, but he went out there and got it, shot it up the middle. Sort of back and forth right now with Smoltz and his breaking ball.
So Holliday at first base, 2 down. Jason Giambi, the batter. A 197 batting average for Giambi. 11 home runs and 40 runs batted in. He's 4 for his last 37 over the last 12 games, and that batting average, as you saw, now under 200. It's the lowest batting average in the American League and the second lowest in the majors. Ryan Giles of the Padres was hitting at 191. 1-0 is fouled off, and it's a ball and a strike.
That's pretty hard to do, to hit under 200. Really, I mean, it's you add it up, and it's really hard to do. That's why you don't see it very often. Now, he'll get his walks. He's always been a good on-base guy, but 197, I don't care how old you are, he's better than that.
He's got 407 career home runs. And it ties him with Duke Snider for 43rd place in Major League history. 209 home runs with the Yankees, 198 home runs with the Oakland A's.
He's had a great career. If you put those numbers together and the pressure that he had in New York.
Last year he hit at 247 but had 32 home runs and 96 RBIs. His last season with the Yankees as Smoltz misses, and it's 3-1.
You'll see Smoltz here sort of followed through, and this is sort of, I've got to have that type of, where's that? I used to be worse than that. I would kind of peekaboo to the right. I'd sort of lean to the right a little bit, like that ball's outside.
That's the earliest you got to have it we've had yet, I think. We're in the first inning. You had to have it.
I can't wait. He might not be around in the 7th.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, your New England Dodge dealers, Sullivan Tire, Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network, and by Toyota's official website for deals via Toyota.com. A 2-out walk for Jason Giambi. It's first and second, 2 down, and Kurt Suzuki, the batter. Suzuki goes around, according to Greg Gibson. He's hit at 361 over the last 18 games. He's been hot overall at 282 with 5 homers and 33 runs batted in.
I thought he may go to the All-Star game because, they needed one guy and they picked Bailey, the reliever, but he could just as well have gone as a catcher.
Nomar Garciaparra waiting on deck with 2 outs and 2 on in the first inning. Clearly emotional about his return today. Pitch 20 of the inning for Smoltz. It's chopped at third. Youkilis will take it himself to end the inning. Athletics get nothing. The Red Sox are coming up.
In the nation and throughout the season, the game starts here. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe Red Sox Game Day Live. the only way to connect you to the Red Sox this season, with unique access and game day information to get you ready for the first pitch from the most respected team of analysts and insiders in the business. Red Sox Game Day Live. The game starts here. Tomorrow, coverage begins at 6, only on NESN.
Look at that joker.
That is so dumb.
Is there any mascot stupider than an aardvark?
I don't know. It's KGB it.
Is there any mascot more stupid than an aardvark?
Well, there's the boll weevil from the University of Arkansas at Monticello.
Boll weevil.
I'll show you, stupid.
Text your question to 542-542.
Starting Sunday, when the Sox break for the All-Stars, relax. There's still plenty of baseball right here on NESN. Sunday after the game, celebrate your devotion to the Sox with the indie film, What About Sal? Monday night at 9, honor sports greats Curt Schilling and Troy Brown on The Tradition. Tuesday, relive the 8 best games ever shown on NESN with the Red Sox Classic Showdown Marathon. Then Wednesday, it's the Viewer's Choice Best of 2009 Sox in 2 Marathon at noon. Take a vacation this summer with NESN.
Back at Fenway, and a video just played here at Fenway Park on the big board in center field. The crowd reacting to Nomar. As Garciaparra tipped his cap down from the dugout here for the Oakland A's. He is on deck, and he will lead off the next inning. As the Athletics unable to score in the top half of this first inning. Red Sox coming up. Let's check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It is Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off in center field. Julio Lugo at shortstop at second with Kevin Youkilis at third base. David Ortiz at DH. Jason Bay in left. It is Jason Varitek doing the catching with Rocco Baldelli in right. Nick Green at second base. And the major league debut for Aaron Bates at first base tonight for the Red Sox. He bats ninth. Brett Anderson is the pitcher for the Oakland Athletics. 4-7 with a 5.45 ERA coming into tonight's action. 74 1/3 innings. The opponent hitting at .297 against Brett Anderson. There's a ground ball at Mark Ellis at second base, and there's one away. Defensively for the Athletics, it's Matt Holliday in left field, Ryan Sweeney in center, Jack Cust in right, Adam Kennedy at third, Orlando Cabrera at shortstop with Mark Ellis at second base, Jason Giambi at first, Kurt Suzuki doing the catching for Brett Anderson, and they are 11th in the American League in fielding percentage. One down for Julio Lugo. And the Red Sox bringing up Aaron Bates today, his first major league stint.
He may be the most nervous guy in the house, without a doubt. I know Nomar is, and you know Smoltz was, but this kid, you can't hold a candle to how nervous he is. It's like an out-of-body experience being up here in this environment.
Really a bit of a surprise today. You know, we knew that Jeff Bailey's ankle was not doing well, and kind of wondered whether or not he'd go on the DL, what move the Red Sox would make in need of a first baseman. We heard so much about Lars Anderson and everything along those lines from spring training. We didn't see a lot of Aaron Bates during the spring.
Right. I don't know what into this move, you know, as far as, because it's only going to be till probably the All-Star break, right. If that, right? So that probably had something to do with it. You know, you're going to pick your right spot for Lars Anderson because of the fact that he is such a big prospect. I don't know how well he's doing this year, but I think I heard earlier that he wasn't really having that good of a year. That may have something to do with it too.
So Jeff Bailey placed on the DL today as Julio Lugo lifts it out to right center field. Jack Cust from right makes the catch, and there's two down. Well, tonight is the 82nd game of the year. That means we're past the halfway point of the season, and a look back in our leading off segment brought to you by Firestone. Through the first half, Red Sox are 49-32, and things are going pretty well. They've had a great home record again this season, amassing a 26-12 record while scoring almost 6 runs per game here at Fenway. The 95 doubles at home are the top mark in the American League. We're off to a 500 start so far in July, and finished up a very good June in which the Red Sox were 18-8 in June, and begin the night with a 1-game lead over the Yankees atop the American League East. This one is fouled off. And actually, it's more than that now. It's a game and a half. It started the day a game, but the Yankees have already lost today. And as the Toronto Blue Jays beat them 7-6 in day baseball.
We haven't said much about this kid, 21-year-old kid Anderson on the mound. You see his ball runs a little away, his fastball to a right-hander. You see he tries to put away right-handed hitters with that breaking ball down and in.
Youkilis went around and
yes, he did.
Strikes out to end this first inning. A 1-2-3 first for Anderson. Scoreless from Fenway.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on. It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting August 16th, fly out of Logan to Baltimore, Washington for $49. Bags fly free on Southwest Airlines, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
The romantic island of Bermuda. In just 2 hours, you can feel the love any way you want. Feel the love with Bermuda's 400th anniversary sizzling summer offer. Arrange a minimum 4-night stay by August 17th and receive a $400 credit. Book today at bermudatourism.com/summer offer. Bermuda. Feel the love.
Well, you think back to 2004 and the trade deadline. It was certainly shocking at the time. Here it is 5 years later, and Nomar Garciaparra steps on the field at Fenway Park for the first time as a visitor. And the Fenway faithful get ready for his introduction.
This is going to be quite a moment.
Designated hitter number 1, Nomar Garciaparra.
Now, how are you going to hit?
I was thinking the same thing. That is quite a moment. It was kind of chills. I had some chills there. These are big moments. I'm glad I was here.
There's strike one from John Smoltz to Nomar Garciaparra. You think about it, Eck. I mean, he was the face of the franchise there for a little while, and I never would have imagined that it would have ended the way it did for Nomar here. And here he is 5 years later, and been so many different places since.
You know, I haven't really thought about, how it ended. I could care less. I played with this guy my last year in 1998, and he was a superstar player, and that's how I remember him. This guy was one of the best at that time, probably the best, but there were so many great shortstops, but a superstar, and the numbers he put up were incredible.
You saw Orlando Cabrera and how strange it's got to be for him too. He's the guy they traded for, and then came to Boston after Nomar Garciaparra left.
This guy, Nomar, was on his way to the Hall of Fame. There was no doubt in my mind the way he played for 7 or 8 years here in Boston, and just didn't work out for him. I mean, a lot of injuries and what have you, but boy, those numbers, you look at them right there. Whew.
On the ground, third base way, Youkilis gobbles it up, and there's out number 1. Series of leg injuries over the years for Garciaparra as well, as he thanks the Red Sox dugout on the way by.
I don't even know how you make contact after that.
One down for Jack Cust. Swinging for the downs, but goes Ellsbury on close to. The warning track just shy of it, 2 down.
Boy, he's been waiting that 5 years. It's been, right, since he's been here. That's a long, long time. And I know that as soon as he put on an A's uniform, he checked out that schedule. And when's he coming to Boston?
The first time we saw Nomar was after the trade. Of course, he was in a Chicago Cubs uniform when the Red Sox traveled to play the Cubs, and at that point he was on the DL, so did not have to play against the Red Sox. And of course, earlier this year he did in the visit for the Red Sox to Oakland, but a much different thing coming here.
Oh, totally, totally. You know, he made the right move. I think he went to the Dodgers after the Cubs and had kind of a comeback year. He hit 20 home runs and drove in 90 something in 2006 with the Dodgers, and I thought, here he comes again, but once again got hurt, and that sort of derailed him again. But I thought it was a pretty good move by the A's to pick him up. You know, I think he came in late in spring training or middle of spring training this year along with Cabrera, and I thought that was a pretty good move by them to add a couple veterans.
On the ground right side off the bat of Ryan Sweeney. Nick Green throws him out. It's a 1-2-3 second for Smoltz. No score from Fenway.
Good morning, Boston. What's new? Show me the world today and put it all in perspective. I want to know more. I want to know why. I want to know what's going on in my neighborhood and with the teams I love. Tell me a story, a really good story. One I've never heard before. And one I've got to share. Tell me a story that puts a smile on my face and helps me see things in a whole new way. Keep those stories coming, Boston, 'cause I love those stories. And no one tells them quite like you. See you tomorrow.
Right now at our designer sale, you'll find our lowest prices ever on designer suits and non-iron dress shirts, as well as great deals on designer sport coats. You're gonna like the way you look, I guarantee it.
Into the monster seat for Jason Bay.
Book a hospitality package at 877-RED SOX 9 or redsox.com/premium.
Come see Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Paul McCartney in concert at Fenway Park on August 5th and 6th. To purchase tickets for this concert, visit livenation.com today. You know, a picture-perfect night from Fenway Park as the Red Sox and Oakland A's play to the bottom of the second inning. It's David Ortiz, Jason Bay, Jason Varitek. Ortiz pops it up with a shift on third baseman Adam Kennedy. Actually, this is Cabrera who stays on the left side of the infield. They moved Kennedy, the third baseman, to the second base side. Makes sense. Leave the shortstop by himself over there. He's a guy that can cover the most ground.
I guess. Kind of fake
most
pumped
teams
us,
don't do it, but they did. Makes sense.
It does make sense.
So it's Cabrera who makes the catch on Big Papi. And there's one out here in the second inning. Jason Bay coming up. Well, I'll let you know that Dustin Pedroia tonight was in the original starting lineup, but for personal reasons out of the lineup tonight here at Fenway Park, as he was in there originally for Terry Francona, and it is Nick Green now at second base and Julio Lugo at shortstop. And this one lined to left field for Jason Bay. A one-out single, first base runner of the night for Boston.
Anderson features a little fastball down. Goes down and gets it. Jason Bay. Maybe that hit will get him going. He's been struggling for, what, a couple of weeks now. Average going down a little bit, but the power numbers will always be there. You see this kid on the mound, Anderson, and looking into the notes with the A's. Talk about a young pitching staff. He's 21 years old. The kid will see Cahill later on the series, and Wednesday is 21 years old. Two 21-year-old starters. I mean, you don't see that at all.
Well, it appears that's the route the Oakland A's were headed in when they started this season. They figured they'd supplement the offense by getting some veterans. They did that with Giambi, of course, adding Holiday. That's a big offensive plug. At least they thought it was going to be. Orlando Cabrera, and then go with young pitching and hope that it works out. So far, it really hasn't. It really hasn't. And, I was going to get into this. The average age of their starting rotation is 22 years old. Wow. I mean, that's unheard of. So you're asking a lot. I mean, that's like saying there's no way you're going to get to the playoffs starting this season. If I'm an A's fan saying, wait a minute, I've got to wait till these kids develop. And this year will go a long ways with all these kids getting a chance to pitch. And they pitch in Oakland, which is a good place to pitch. So that'll give them a little confidence. But these kids are going to be good. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take them to develop. But you rush kids to the big leagues, and Bay takes off, a bobble for Suzuki, and not even a throw. Jason Bay steals second base.
Jason Bay had him all lined up. He was gone as soon as he picked up his leg. He made up his mind, and no chance. Another part of Jason Bay's game we don't really see a lot of. He can steal a bag for you.
Well, the A's have started a rookie pitcher in 26 of their last 32 games. They had 53 of 80 games on the year and started by a rookie pitcher.
Be like having Buchholz and what's the other kid down there?
Bowden?
And Bowden in your starting rotation.
Ball four, and down to first goes Veritek. First walk given up by Anderson. Red Sox have 2 on. During our summer vacation, we're running an 8-hour marathon of the best Red Sox games from the first half of the 2009 season. We want you to pick the games. Visit the Sox in 2 show page on NESN.com. Review our list of candidates and vote for your favorites to build the marathon's lineup. Then tune in for Sox in 2 Best of 2009 Marathon on Wednesday, July 15th, beginning at noon. So 2 on, 1 out. And Rocco Baldelli about to stand in, now wearing the number 5 that was formerly worn by Nomar Garciaparra. Rocco Baldelli with a start in right field, 286 average. You were away the last couple of days, the All-Star Selection show yesterday on TBS, and that had to be a lot of fun to be a part of.
Oh, that was just thrilling. I had David Wells with me. Come on. Does that sort of sum it up?
I guess not.
I thought I'd throw that out there real quick.
To second base, Ellis will flip to second for 1 on to first. We'll talk more selection show when we come back. It's done with 2, no score from Fenway.
I'm Fred Tausch. I'm a fiscal conservative and a small businessman. Like you, I'm tired of the politicians in Washington wasting taxpayers' money. That's why I started Steward of Prosperity, a grassroots organization committed to fiscal discipline. Thousands of residents have already joined us. Our agenda? More accountability and transparency. Stop the bailouts. No more special giveaways. It's time taxpayers came first.
Can't hide the bacon. Taco Bell's new Bacon Cheesy Potato Burrito. Seasoned beef, nacho cheese sauce, and bacon topped with bacon. It's big bacon taste you just can't hide. Think outside the bun.
These 2 here, guys. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about it.
You know what? Follow me.
There you go, guys. Enjoy the games.
Heineken Light, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, can you pass me one? Please?
Heineken Light. Give yourself a good name.
Premium suites are now available for the upcoming Athletics and Royals series. If you're looking for a new way to entertain friends and family, check out the Boston Red Sox premium lineup. Limited number of pavilion suites for 20 to 25 guests, and some of the smaller all-inclusive premium packages have recently become available. For more information, call 617-226-6025 or email premiumsales@redsox.com now. Noon is on to the top half of the third inning. Mark Ellis, Adam Kennedy, Orlando Cabrera. So the All-Star show. Which we already
don't get me wrong.
Your candid opinion.
Don't get me wrong. I know.
Happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, I was. I really enjoy doing that.
Mm-hmm. You had worked with Cal Ripken, and now you have a new friend in David Wells.
Well, I'll get to know David Wells a little bit more. That was my first time around David Wells, and it was quite an experience. I mean, you know him better than I do. I mean, he's outrageous. He really is, and I think he'll tone it down a little bit on TV, which he did, but. He's out there. I don't know how to explain him.
That's how he rolls.
Yeah, he does. He's got an opinion, and I'm sure he's not going to hold back, which is not a bad thing. But you've been around him. He kind of steps out of line sometimes.
It's going to be fun to watch.
Oh yeah, great. Yeah, easy for you to say.
I can't wait for the postseason.
Oh yeah. No, hopefully it'll be fun. I think it will be. Once you get to know somebody and. Meanwhile, John Smoltz.
Smoltz on the mound. Mark Ellis batting with a count of 1-2. And we talked about the numbers that Smoltz has had here at Fenway Park as a member of the Braves. Remarkable. As he misses inside, not by much, 2-2.
Little front door breaking ball. Haven't seen that before. That's a pitch I never threw. Every slider I threw was down and away to a right-handed hitter. I never tried that little front door thing. I should have done that.
It's a little late now.
A little late. Another regret.
He fights this one off by the mound softly. Nick Green bare hands and throws in time to get Ellis.
What a strange swing. You see this little breaking ball. Not a very good breaking ball. Left it up out over the plate. But what a funky swing. This ball, nice play by Green barehanding this ball. Makes it look easier than it was. We get farther into this game. I wanted to talk about John Smoltz, and maybe the only time I really get a chance to about these numbers. Mm-hmm. I look into his stats and
his entire career.
Yeah, I pick a spot to talk about it because it's absolutely amazing what he's done in his career. For me, because I can appreciate it more than anybody else. Because when he was about 35, 36 years old, he went to the bullpen. I think that was about somewhere in that vicinity, and he went out to the bullpen and quickly saved 55 games.
Deep short, long throw from Lugo. It's high, and it sails off the front of the Red Sox dugout. As Bates tried to go up and get it, and reaching at first base would be Kennedy.
Kennedy could run a little bit. I know he had to hurry up this throw. This ball's hit on the line, one hop. Seems like he's got more than enough time. He loads up and just launches this ball over Bates's head at first. So luckily he only stays at first. The ball doesn't go into the stands. But just one bad errant toss is what that is. Luckily for that screen, or he's on second base.
They're charged to Lugo. So 1 out, 1 on. Now John Smoltz, the only pitcher in Major League history to have at least 200 career wins and 150 saves. The gentleman to my right is the only other pitcher with at least 150 wins and 150 saves. That would be Dennis Eckersley.
I'm not saying this because I can, because I did what I did with my career, but I look at his career and it amazes me. I can't even come close to what he did. To go into the bullpen for 3 years and do what he did, and then come out of the bullpen and do what he did. That amazes me what he did.
So going back the other way would not have been something you could have done.
It's absolutely impossible. I never could have done something like that. You're talking about saving 150 games in 3 years. Like, that's not a big deal. I could do that anytime. Then to go back in the rotation and pitch 229 innings the next year when you're 38, 39 years old. And somebody asked me about that at that time, and I said, I don't know if he could do it or not. Well, he proved me wrong, and 3 years in a row he pitched out of the rotation and did what a job he did. Won 14, 16, 14 games with a 3 ERA. I mean, this guy has had an absolutely incredible career, and he's a Hall of Famer. If I'm a Hall of Famer, he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, after the most saves he ever had was 55 saves. He did that in 2002, but the last year as a closer was 44 saves in 04. And then came back the next year to win 14 games, 16 games, 14 games, and then last year 3-2 before the season-ending surgery.
I mean, I have to say that, you know, I don't have to say it again every time he pitches, but I needed to say that because this guy has had an incredible career, and I can appreciate it more than any man standing. Because I couldn't have done it. There's no way.
He was 24-8 as a starter in '96, and then saved 55 games as a reliever in 2002. And again, your name's in the same sentence. One of only 2 pitchers ever to record both a 20-win season and a 50-save season during the course of their career. They were 20-8 in '78, and then had 51 saves for Oakland in '91. Broken bat as a ground ball foul. A little hit and run. Kennedy had taken off at first.
They're doing anything to hit and run. They did this before in the first inning. It's tough on Cabrera trying to hit and run with the ball on the ground like that. Thought he was going to get a strike on a 2-1 pitch and didn't.
And they try left side. Euclid's sidearm and a low throw dug out by Bates. Kennedy takes second. There's now 2 down. When you take a look at the importance of postseason too, and I think that really is a number that most will look at as well, and no doubt about that for John Smoltz either. All-time playoff leaders, the most wins. John Smoltz with 15. Veteran of 13 Major League postseasons. Pitched in 5 different World Series with the Braves.
And he came here to pitch in a World Series is what he came here for, and he's on a mission to do that.
Most playoff strikeouts. And a swing and a miss for Matt Holliday.
A little inconsistent with the breaking ball tonight. One good one, one bad one. Isn't real sharp with his breaking ball.
Snap throw to second base, and back on the bag is Kennedy. Veritek giving it a shot.
See him try to dot the outside corner with this pitch down and away, and Veritek takes a shot at Kennedy. Fairly close.
And 36 home runs back in 2007 for Matt Holliday. The year in which the Rockies got into the World Series against the Red Sox, were swept. And had that incredible run where the Colorado Rockies were 12 games back mid-September, ended up winning 21 of 23 games to wrap up the season, and a 1-game playoff against the San Diego Padres. They got to the World Series, but you know, they had, not to say they would have beaten the Red Sox, because there's no doubt Red Sox were certainly a much better team in that series, we found out, but pretty tough to be waiting 8 days as the Rockies did. That's 2 All-Star breaks and more. I mean, that's a lot of time.
It really is, and there's nothing like it, because you never do something like that for 7 months. All of a sudden you take 7 days off, 8 days, whatever.
Seems like the Tigers ran into that same type of situation against the Cardinals. A long layoff in between. There's nothing you can do about it, but it has got to be tough.
Nasty pitch he just swung at right there. He might as well try that again. He did.
Missed inside. 2-2.
I think that's a split finger that he features. See this ball dipping down and in. He's hoping that he swings over the top of it like he did before. put that in his mind, and then he's got no chance if he throws a biting slider away.
Strike 3. First strikeout for Smoltz ends the top of the third. We're scoreless from Fenway.
Now entering soft scrub.
Take me, baby. Take me now. Take me, baby. Take me to the edge of explosion.
Now entering body buff.
Axe Detailer Shower Tool. A soft black side, a rough red side.
To center field with this one. Veritek has gone deep twice tonight. Ortiz to center field. Has he done it? He has! First home run of 2009 for Big Papi. Hey, with a rocket to deep left field.
This is another bomb.
Lowell to left. Does it have enough? It's gone. Back-to-back jacks for the Red Sox and the fifth.
Tomorrow night is baseball night in New England with A's Sox coverage beginning at 6 on Nesson. Nesson keeps your Sox on round the clock with Sox in 2. 2-hour game replays every game night at midnight and the following afternoon. It's your second chance at the Sox, only on Sox in 2. Presented by aceticket.com on Nesson.
Nesson's closing every game in extra innings. WB Mason extra innings immediately following every Sox game. And keep it on Nesson for the last word on Granite City Electric Red Sox final. Hear what the players, coaches, and analysts have to say every game night on Nesson.
When you want a delicious pizza for the game, it's Papa Time, delivered. Order Papa Gino's Pizza Delivery and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 Red Sox tickets and the grand prize of 4 luxury box seats and free pizza for a year. Papa Gino's, the official pizza of the Boston Red Sox.
Hey, Sox fans, remember every game night at midnight to tune into Nesson for Sox in 2. It's the Sox latest matchup replayed in a convenient 2-hour format. Sox in 2 is presented by Ace Tickets. Tickets are available for all games. Ace Ticket has your seats. A beautiful night to be at Fenway Park tonight as we head to the last half of the third inning. Nick Green, Aaron Bates to get his first major league at bat, and then Jacoby Ellsbury.
We haven't seen Nick Green at second base, have we, this year?
Defensively, yes.
Okay. I say Pedroia plays every day.
Not much, but
yeah, but he has been there. In fact, that is his position, he's always said.
Center field, and a good diving catch from Ryan Sweeney. And a dive forward to make that grab to rob Nick Green.
That ball just would not get down. It just hung up just enough for Sweeney to make a nice play on this ball. It goes into a catches the ball, then dives. I thought he was going to have to make a longer dive than that, but the ball stayed up.
And the major league debut for Aaron Bates.
Did he get a standing O?
No. Look at his numbers with the Pawtucket Red Sox.
Ooh.
To answer your question about Nick Green, 4 games at second base for Nick Green so far this year, 6 at third base, and 53 games overall at shortstop.
It's hard to tell how hard Anderson throws, a big guy like that. When he's got a little easy motion, you can't really tell. He's so big, it's got to be fast. See, 95 miles an hour. He threw a good game against the Red Sox in Oakland earlier in the season. Gave up a 2-run home run to Mike Lowell. That was it. That was the game Wakefield had flirted with a no-no.
Bates has had a patient at bat. His first in the majors, and it's 3-1.
He's going to get a fastball right here. If he wants to leave Earth, he can. And he does.
Fouls it off to the right, full count.
I'll tell you what, this is the only chance you get to hit when you're a pitcher. 3-1. You look down there, you hope they don't give you a take sign, but he's not. Fastball, nice swing, good extension. I want a big league home run first at bat.
Pops it up left side. Orlando Cabrera makes the catch, and there's 2 down. Let's check in with Heidi.
Well, Don, when Red Sox fans saw Aaron Bates in the lineup today, they were probably pretty surprised. He wasn't even on the 40-man roster. Well, they weren't the only ones with that reaction. Bates himself told me it was unexpected.
I was surprised. RJ called me into his hotel room last night and told me that I was going to Boston, and I was just surprised. I didn't expect it by any means, and I think every day you just go out there, you play hard, and it was definitely a surprise, but a good surprise. So I'm happy to be here.
The 25-year-old Bates has been in the Red Sox organization since he was drafted in 2006. He plays first base and also the outfield and is known to have some power in his bat. He was called up to take the place of Jeff Bailey, who was placed on the disabled list with a left ankle sprain. Don?
All right, thanks very much, Heidi. He is 0 for 1 in the major leagues, popping out.
Looks like he's got some pop with that swing.
It's 6 home runs to lead the Eastern League in the month of May. Playing for the Portland Sea Dogs.
Got to be a little more relaxed now after that first at bat.
We mentioned that Jeff Bailey goes on the DL. This was the play on Saturday in which he was injured. Bang play at first base and rolled that ankle. High ankle sprain is what they're calling it. Ellsbury fouls it off and will do it again with a count of 1-2. Ellsbury grounded out to second base first time up.
Ellsbury's found his way to the top of the lineup. I knew sooner or later he's going to be there. I don't know how long he's going to be there.
They'll get things together in the lower portion of the Red Sox lineup, batting 7th a lot. Strikes out here, though, and it's a 1-2-3 third inning for Brett Anderson. No score.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on.
It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on. Totally on. Jimmy! It's on! It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on. Starting August 16th, fly out of Logan to Baltimore, Washington for $49. Bags fly free on Southwest Airlines, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on.
The first annual tent sale is going on right now at Roe Westbrook.
You'll find huge savings on every new Ford.
New Ford Focuses as low as $159 a month.
We marked them down, and now we're marking them down again.
Roe Westbrook, exit 48.
Wherever you live, you're close to a huge inventory of used vehicles at Motor City, the used vehicle superstore. In Portland, every vehicle is clearly marked, and you'll have your best deal in 30 minutes or less. In Augusta, check out our 3-month, 3,000-mile warranty. In Belfast, you'll also feel at ease knowing there's a 5-day complete satisfaction guarantee. And in Bangor, choose from our massive selection. We don't call it a superstore for nothing.
Folks, everyone knows that my Prime stores are the place for one sweet deal. But now I'm going to make every deal even sweeter. Effective immediately, I'm including my brand new Prime for Life warranty on every new car and every certified used car. Buy any vehicle from any of my 6 stores along the Prime Auto Mile in Saco, and you're covered for as long as you own it. A sweet deal in every car, plus you now receive the Prime for Life warranty.
The first annual tent sale is going on right now at Roe Westbrook.
You'll find huge savings on every new Ford.
These new 09 Ford F-150s are only $199 a month.
We marked them down, and now we're marking them down again.
Roe Westbrook, exit 48.
Fenway Park as Jason Giambi leads it off and drills one to center field.
Wow.
Back deep to center, and it's high off the wall. The ricochet played by Ellsbury out there. And Giambi's got himself a double to center field. It is the 3rd hit given up by Smoltz.
Looks like first pitch fastball, a little piece of cheese. No, slider. Slider out over the middle of the plate. Giambi is ready to hack first pitch. I thought this ball was gone off the bat. Halfway up the wall. Easy double for Giambi.
It's great to have with us Enza Youkilis, who has brought Dave Hamilton along. And great to see you, Enza.
How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Well, Ukes for Kids has always been such a great success over the last couple of years. You guys have done a fantastic job, and I know you got something coming up.
We do. This weekend we have our Batting for Books program here. We're collecting 100,000 new and gently used books for inner city Boston we're getting support from the Boston Red Sox and the city of Boston. We're hoping to make a difference in rebuilding some of the libraries.
Yeah, the thing about the Boston school system is that the average age of a book that most people don't realize is over 12 years old. So it's really important to bring some new books to the kids so they can stay current in what they're reading today.
Right. So we're working with Mayor Menino, and he suggested that some of the schools in Boston need to replenish and rebuild their libraries. So that's what we're here to promote.
Info is here at the bottom of the screen for anybody who wants to get involved, of course. And I know you have a goal in mind, certainly going into this weekend.
Yes, we're hoping to raise this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We're collecting books, and our goal is 100,000 books. You can bring new and gently used books here to the ballpark, or you can visit us on our website at ukeskids.org. And you can purchase a book through New England Mobile Book Fair at a 20% off. And the book will get delivered directly to the Boston Public Library, so it's great.
In addition to that, on July 15th, at participating Bovaline shops, you can actually bring a book there as well, and they'll collect it for you.
Well, good luck. We thank you guys so much for coming up and joining us, and
thank you.
Good luck with everything.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Well, the Oakland A's have taken a 1-0 advantage. Nomar Garciaparra driving in. A go-ahead run here for the A's. It plates Giambi. It's happened fast. And there are runners at first and second with nobody out.
In the middle of those two hits was a blueprint bunt right down the third base line. You couldn't have done it any better.
Jack Cuss takes a strike. He was first pitch swinging the first time up and flied out to center field. Smoltz about to throw his 50th pitch. And Cuss is down 0-2, gets away from Veritek. No advance for the base runners. And it's 0-2 to Cuss.
You know, Smoltz looks like he's had some trouble with his breaking ball on and off, but you see the split finger's been a pretty good pitch for him. You saw one right there. See how he's going to try to finish off Cuss.
It's Suzuki at second base, Nomar Garciaparra at first base, and Cust is out number 1 of the inning. Second strikeout for Smoltz. Needed that.
That's a big pitch for Smoltz right there with 2 on, nobody out, a run already in. He throws another split finger. You can see how nasty that is. He throws it to left-handers or right-handers. He threw a couple to Holiday last inning.
So 1 out, 2 on. Ryan Sweeney coming up. Sweeney grounded out to second base first time up in the second inning. As he takes strike 1.
There's a good breaking ball, a little backdoor thing that's biting. This is the pitch he's been inconsistent with through that pitch to Giambi, but it was a little up the ball he hit off the wall.
The second base, Green will go to second for 1, and that's all they get. Fires to third base, hoping that maybe a little overzealous in rounding the bag. Nomar Garciaparra retired at second base, and there's 2 down.
See another split finger from Smoltz, and this ball just doesn't get hit that hard. Couple hopper. Play took a long time to develop. The shovel to Lugo kind of threw him off balance. No chance for a double play.
So 2 down, first and third, and Mark Ellis coming up. Ellis at 209 so far in the season. He was reinstated from the 60-day DL at the end of June and has started 6 of the last 7 games at second base since his return. That's it foul back to the screen. He's always hit well here at Fenway Park. A career .305 batting average at Fenway. Originally went on the DL with a strained left calf muscle, and then was transferred to the 60-day DL. And rehab assignment at Single A and at Triple A before returning to the Oakland A's. He's such a solid second baseman for the A's. Defensively, he drives this to deep left center field. It is off the wall. Scoring from third base is Suzuki. Trying to score from first base is Ryan Sweeney. Here comes the throw to the plate. It's not in time. 2 runs in for the A's, and the Athletics take a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, one too many split fingers to Mark Ellis. He makes him pay. This ball just, Smoltz is upset. I don't blame him. The last thing he thought of is Mark Ellis rifling the ball in the gap, but you see this split finger that he leaves, just doesn't dive, doesn't dip, and he goes down there and gets it. And you see Smoltz already reacting to it. He knew he smoked it. Off the wall, 2-run score. Sweeney can run good. That's why he scored on the back end. You're throwing the ball good. You're almost trying to get out of the inning, and all of a sudden you make a mistake like that. You want to kick yourself.
Now back up top for Adam Kennedy. He takes ball 1 from Smoltz. Kennedy singled to center in the first, reached on an error in the third inning. 1 for 2. John Smoltz with 57 pitches and has surrendered 3 runs in this 4th inning. First earned runs that he has ever given up at Fenway Park. He's gone 20 innings without giving up an earned run in his career as an Atlanta Brave coming into Fenway. Two and 1.
Trying to mix in a couple of fastballs to get them off that off-speed stuff. He goes in there to grab that split finger. It's almost like I could see it from up here. I don't know if they can see it from down there. You see how he moves his glove? I've been watching it for a couple innings now, especially in the stretch. Because in the windup he's going over the top of his head, but in the stretch he's kind of fumbling with it a little bit. I don't know if he does that every pitch, but we could see a lot of things up here. You can't see it down there.
Can't see from the plate.
No. You got a lot more things you got to concentrate on.
There's a strike, full count. Kennedy thought he had ball 4.
A nice big outside corner. Those fastballs inside are balls, I guess. I thought they were pretty good pitches, but the outside corner is a lot wider.
Foul ball down the left field line. We'll do it again. 3-2.
Boy, he's working hard this inning, mixing everything in. You can't just rear back and fire it.
Mark Ellis at second base. 3 runs in for the A's, 2 down. 3-2 to Kennedy. And fouled off again.
I don't think he's even going to attempt to throw a ball inside. Not such a bad thing if he walks Kennedy right here. I mean, if you miss outside, so what? He's going in.
Well, it's rifled into right field. A base hit. From second base comes Mark Ellis. And the Oakland A's have taken a 4-0 advantage. Another 2-out RBI. This time it's for Adam Kennedy.
I don't know if this necessarily was a good pitch selection or just a bad location on his breaking ball. He's had trouble with his breaking ball the whole outing. He's worked so hard this inning, trying to make one more pitch to get out of this inning. He decides to throw a breaking ball inside corner. He leaves it middle, and that's exactly what should happen with a pitch like that. Kennedy hits a line drive to right field.
We want to remind you to help the Boston Bruins Foundation raise money for their Jimmy Fund PMC bike team during two exciting events, the Sunset Harbor Cruise on July 22nd and the Manchester Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Rally Ride on July 26th. For more information on these events and more, visit bostonbruins.com. Orlando Cabrera, the 8th member of the A's to bat here in the 4th inning. And a throw to first base. Bates had to come off the bag to retrieve it. Adam Kennedy at first with 2 down, 4 runs in. Orlando Cabrera 0 for 2. And John Smoltz 3 shutout innings to start his outing tonight. A touch for 4 runs so far here in the 4th inning.
It doesn't matter who you face. I don't care if they're the worst hitting team in the league. This is the big leagues. Anybody can make you pay.
This one fouled off. Found that out with the Washington Nationals.
You just see a pitch like that. Another bad breaking ball by Smoltz. If anything, this outing has just been this inconsistent breaking ball. You see, look, this ball is up. Ugly.
Orlando Cabrera has just 3 home runs so far in the season. He had a 44-game homerless streak and had a solo home run in the 9th inning yesterday. He's not walked in his last 17 games. Runner goes, and there is ball 2. Throw down is not going to be in time. And a stolen base for Adam Kennedy.
Kennedy picked the right pitch to go. A little breaking ball here that is down and away. Tough pitch for Varitek to throw him out. You see this slider down. He has to reach down to get it. Ball is pretty close play there. Nice pick. Smoltz knew he was going to run. I mean, he kept his eye on him as long as he could. Isn't it funny that Cabrera's here the night that Nomar comes back, the guy that got traded for him?
The first game the Red Sox played against the Oakland A's in Oakland, they were both on the left side of the infield together. With Cabrera at shortstop, Garciaparra at third base. It's kind of strange to see them side by side, and of course one replaced the other. It's amazing how many shortstops the Red Sox have had since Nomar Garciaparra.
Never really settled on somebody. Gonzalez, we were talking about earlier. Boy, he was a great defensive shortstop. He's hurt again, isn't he?
Yes. 2-2 has popped up right side. There's Nick Green on the dirt of the infield, puts it away, but the A's come up with 4 runs in the 4th inning, lead it 4-0. To center field with this one. Varitek has gone deep twice tonight. Ortiz to center field. Has he done it? He has. First home run of 2009 for Big Papi. Hey, with a rocket to deep left field.
This is another bomb.
Lowell to left. Does it have enough? It's gone. Back-to-back jacks for the Red Sox in the 5th.
Tomorrow night is baseball night in New England with A's Sox coverage beginning at 6 on NESN.
Fed up with mediocre sandwiches? You deserve a real sandwich, cooked on a grill, never in a microwave. Come on, you deserve D'Angelo.
Today's truck market is more complicated than ever. Where can I find the truck I need?
How can I get financing?
Which one can handle the most payload?
Who makes the best?
The solution is simple. Start at NewEnglandFord.com. Here, you'll find the 2009 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Ford F-150. Drive the Ford difference now and get 0% financing plus $3,500 cash or up to $5,000 cash back. Find it all at NewEnglandFord.com. Get online today, then get to your local Ford dealer.
Not again.
Change your mind about signing up for Fios?
For the gazillionth time, I'm happy with Comcast. What? I get great HD picture. There's more to watch.
What is your obsession with things that are better?
You know Fios costs more than Comcast.
Oh, I love this song.
The radio isn't even on. Just get out.
I'm gonna keep you down as a maybe.
Don't fall for FiOS.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Visit getallthefacts.com to learn more.
Nesson keeps your socks on round the clock with Socks in 2. 2-hour game replays every game night at midnight and the following afternoon. It's your second chance at the Sox, only on Socks in 2. Presented by aceticket.com on Nesson.
Tonight after our Red Sox coverage, tune in to Nesson for Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb. Find FW Webb's 27 Bass Centers at frankwebb.com. You get all the details on the Celtics' new deal with Rasheed Wallace, and the Bruins' #1 draft pick, Jordan Caron, is in town. We'll catch up with him. Plus, find out the new developments that came into light in the murder investigation of Steve McNair. It's all coming up tonight after our Red Sox coverage on Nesson. A 4-0 Athletics lead now for Brett Anderson, as Julio Lugo leads it off and taps it foul. He is quickly down 0-2.
It's a big inning for this kid Anderson. He needs to put a goose egg up there. You get 4 runs, you got to make a statement when you come right back out.
And a long wait while his team was scoring 4 runs in the top half of this inning. This is a guy that has not gotten anything in the way of run support. He got a 1 run or less in 6 of his 14 starts this year.
Got a good chance of losing 6.
And guess what? He was 0-6 in those starts.
He did.
He gets a little more help, and he is 4-1. 3 no decisions in 6 starts with run support, 2 runs or more. He's 4-1. And he strikes out Lugo. It is the 3rd strikeout for Anderson.
Set him up pretty good, fastball away, and then he finishes him off with a breaking ball, takes something off. He's got that one right there, that little off-speed one, and then he's got one down and in he throws to his back leg.
One out for Kevin Youkilis, a strikeout victim in the 1st. Well, for Anderson, last time out, winning pitcher for the A's, 7-1 win over the Tigers a week ago today. Career high 7 strikeouts. That was in 5 1/3.
Coming in here feeling pretty good after his last outing. See quite a few walks. 4 walks is a little too much.
His wins this year include at Tampa Bay, at home against Seattle, at Chicago against the White Sox, and then the victory last time out against the Tigers. Youkilis rolls it over foul into the A's dugout. It's 2-2.
Pretty good pitch right there for a young kid to throw a 2-0 changeup. Have confidence to throw it right there. The speed just makes him get out in front and roll this thing over. Never quite gets there.
Wow, pretty close. Off the inside edge, and it's a full count.
97. That's 97.
Easy cheese.
That's not 97. We don't want to get into this.
Strike 3 call. Youkilis hates it.
Got a big inside corner you see right there. That ball is inside. He knows it, but he's not going to listen to it. He followed up a fastball the pitch before with another fastball inside, and I think this one is inside too. It's like right on top of the pitch before.
Same spot, wasn't a strike the time before. It is now.
That's what you call inconsistent. That makes players snap. That's what it does. Especially players like Youkilis. He knows the strike zone.
So back-to-back strikeouts for Anderson. David Ortiz takes strike 1. Ortiz popped out to shortstop in the 2nd inning.
Now that's a big pitch to Youkilis. You know, he ball 4 and changes the whole inning.
I think he may have just grabbed his hamstring there after that last swing, David Ortiz. See if we notice anything. Looked like he kind of reached back there. Well, actually, the ball hit him instead.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yep.
See, fastball in. He tries to get to it. Can't really get to that. That ball went directly down.
Came back and hit him in the hamstring. That's why he was grabbing his hamstring afterwards. Pop back up. 1-2. Strike 3. Wow. Anderson strikes out the side in order. Played 4 from Fenway. 4-0 Athletics.
There's nothing more important than being there. Coming through when someone's counting on you. Letting them know they matter. It doesn't happen every day. And when it happens between an insurance company and its customers, well, that's just the way it should be. Amica.
Some say American brands don't stack up to the imports on quality. Check the facts. Fact, with 5 models, Chevy has more Consumers Digest Best Buys than any other brand for the 2009 model year, like Malibu, Silverado Half-Ton, and the all-new crossover Traverse. You have a right to know the truth. And now, during Chevy's 72-hour sale, get 0% APR for 72 months on all 09 Silverado 1500 models, Impala, and Suburban. For the best coverage in America, see your local New England Chevy dealer.
Hi, I'm Mayor Tom Menino.
And I'm Dave Ortiz.
With baseball season in full swing and warm weather finally here, it's time to talk about summer safety.
This year, we want all young people to make good decisions, stick together, and have fun.
Remember, you make the decisions in your life. Choose something positive and have a great summer. Yeah!
Check out BostonYouthZone.com or call 617-635-KIDS for summer programming near you.
You like the part,
Fifth inning back at Fenway Park. The A's on top 4-0. 70 pitches for John Smoltz through the first 4 innings. It's a beautiful night here at Fenway. Score is not to the Red Sox liking so far. There's Matt Holliday, Jason Giambi, and Kurt Suzuki coming up. As you said, that was quite a statement by Brett Anderson in the 4th inning. Strike out the side in order.
That's a goose egg with 3 punch outs.
And strike 1 to Matt Holliday. He is singled and struck out. 1 for 2. Not a huge slate of games today in the American League. We mentioned the Yankees losing today to Toronto 7-6. Detroit and Kansas City play tonight. 2 games on the West Coast, and that's it in the American League, as Texas will be at LA and Baltimore at Seattle.
Well, you see a fastball. He just went right after Matt Holliday on this pitch. Just aired it out. This ball's a high fastball. He can't get there. Ball's out of the strike zone. A little late. A lot late.
Trying to get that outside corner. Can't get it. Smoltz not happy.
You know, he's a little frustrated from the last inning, and he makes a pitch here. This is paint slider, a little cutter or whatever, a little outside, but he thought he made the pitch. That has a lot to do with what happened last inning, really.
Two fouled off. We'll do it again.
He tried a front door slider there we talked about before that I think is a real good pitch. But once again, he's just inconsistent. That ball broke all the way across. He's trying to throw that ball in the inside corner.
Strikes out Holliday, comes back to get him swinging. 2nd time tonight.
You'll see him come back and rear back and get some gas here. This is a piece of cheese right by Holliday. Well, he's got a slow bat tonight. This ball is no chance.
One down for Jason Giambi, who has been aboard twice. A walk in the first, a double in the 4th. He nearly got it out of here. A fly ball to center field that hit off the wall, straightaway center. And he got it all started for the A's, who scored 4 times in that 4th inning. He led it off with a double. Ball and a strike now to Giambi.
Yeah, Smoltz needs to have a good inning here, 1, 2, 3, to get his confidence back again. You don't see him get upset like that. I bet he doesn't do that very often. We just happen to see one tonight.
Off the glove of Smoltz. On the run is Lugo. Nice play. Out number 2. The shift was on, so Lugo coming in from the right side of the infield to make that grab. 2 down.
Smoltz gets a glove on this ball and slows it down. I don't know if this ball would have been right at somebody, but it slows it down. And Lugo makes a nice play on the run. Giambi running, can't run very good. He knows that. He's got time. Nice throw.
So 2 down here in the 5th inning, and it brings up Kurt Suzuki. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 1st, an infield hit in the 4th. He takes strike 1 from Smoltz. Suzuki plays every day, leads American League catchers with 67 games started, and he's not committed an error in his last 65 games behind the plate.
You know, and he's working with a young staff. That can't be easy. There's got to be a lot of, inconsistent pitches. You know, the young kids aren't just painting just to stay in shape every night.
Led all American League catchers in games last year with 141 games started. Lines this to left field. Over is Jason Bay. And holding on with a 2-out single is Kurt Suzuki. His 2nd hit of the game.
Well, he goes down and gets this. This ball is trying to break. It's another slider from Smoltz. Trying to throw this ball outside. It just doesn't bite. It's coming down, but pretty good piece of hitting. Not to get out in front of that, but he goes down there and gets it, flips it to left field.
So a 2-out single, and here's Nomar Garciaparra. A ground out in the 2nd and an RBI single in the 4th.
Doesn't take Nomar long to start hacking. We know that.
League leaders are brought to you by Olympia Sports. Red Sox career leaders. Nomar Garciaparra at .323 in his Red Sox career. That's good for 4th. Minimum of 2,500 at bats to get into that club, as it is popped up right side. Out goes Nick Green. In comes Baldelli. And Rocco makes the catch that ends things here in the top of the 5th. Halfway through this one, it's a 4-0 Oakland A's lead.
Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on.
It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on. Totally on. Jimmy! It's on! It's on.
Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting August 16th, fly out of Logan to Baltimore, Washington for $49. Bags fly free on Southwest Airlines, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
My Bob's Way is to give you innovation. This bedroom is something else. Individually, it's a terrific value at $11.76. But My Bob's Way saves you even more. At $9.99, you save an extra $177. But wait, there's a lot more. Not 1, but 2 underbed drawers. And the more drawers, the better to make your life easier. And the amazing part, it's still only $9.99 for the whole thing.
Morning, Ann.
Morning, Jim.
Wow, that looks tasty.
It's a Dunkin' Donuts wake-up wrap. I got it for just 99 cents.
Oh, must go great with your coffee.
No breakfast for you?
No. I've been tightening my belt lately.
You know that's just a saying, right? You can't actually save money doing that.
That's debatable.
Grab a new egg and cheese wake-up wrap for just 99 cents because it's breakfast, not brokefast. America saves on Dunkin'.
NESN Sports Desk presented by FWA. Tonight following Red Sox coverage right here on NESN.
Welcome back to Fenway Park. Enjoy your first game here at Fenway Park. It's time for the catch of the day. Catch of the day. D'Angelo's Lobster Nation catch of the day. Find your best catch of the day at D'Angelo. Their famous lobster lineup is back and loaded with 100% real lobster. Try the lobster roll, the baked stuffed lobster on the lobster sandwich. Come on, you deserve D'Angelo. Then we head to the last half of the 5th inning. Brett Anderson with an impressive 4th inning struck out the side in order. He takes a 4-0 lead to the 5th now. And Jason Bay grounds it foul. Bay, Varitek, and Baldelli here in the 5th. It's 0-2.
Anderson has a pretty good idea what he wants to do. He gets it and throws it. I like that. He shook off Suzuki 4 times to get the first pitch.
Strikes out Bay in quick fashion. It's 5 straight strikeouts now for Brett Anderson.
Boy, he features this. He's got 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Then he'll feature this off-speed breaking ball. Look at the drop on that thing. This kid's got good stuff. I said that the last time I saw him out in Oakland, which was at the start of the season. Saw what happened. You know, run support. His ERA is high. Sometimes they break out their game against you. You know, all of a sudden they have a breakout game.
Well, he has struck out 5 straight batters and 6 in the game. Jason Varitek walked in the 2nd inning. Lifts a fly ball to right field. Jack Cust is there to make the catch, and there's 2 down.
So 1 pitch out is very helpful to Anderson. Nice little changeup he threw Varitek.
He has thrown just 56 pitches. He has 2 outs here in the 5th.
He's feeling real good about himself right now.
He's given up just 1 hit and walked a batter. It was back-to-back batters. Bay with the base hit in the 2nd. Varitek with the walk. And they were quickly erased on a double play that ended the 2nd inning. That's been it.
He's got good stuff. You see that tailing fastball. He'll feature a fastball in, cutter in, and that off-speed hook that he's had success with tonight.
Falls behind this time, 2-0. He's retired 9 batters in a row. There's ball 4. Full pitch walk to Baldelli.
This is a young kid. That shows me a young pitcher. You know, cruising right along, gets the first 2 outs. They've thrown a changeup, 1 pitch out to Varitek, and then he launches 4 balls. Not even close. Go figure. Doesn't make sense.
Where can you score the best Red Sox gear in town? Check out BostonGlobeStore.com. The Boston Globe Store is everything for the diehard fan. Autographed memorabilia, Red Sox photos, souvenirs, and more. Shop online, shop anytime. Shop BostonGlobeStore.com. Beautiful shot tonight on a beautiful night from Fenway. Not so beautiful is the score right now for the Red Sox, who are trailing 4-0, batting with 2 outs and a runner at first.
So it's a full moon, right?
Yeah, sure looks like it.
Crazy stuff happens to me.
Really?
Yeah. Because when I'm feeling funky, I always go, is there a full moon?
I think crazy things happen to you all the time.
Crazy things happened to me yesterday. That's what happened. It's pretty, though.
Keep hanging out with David Wells, and more crazy stuff's going to happen.
I know.
There's a strike to Nick Green. And Brett Anderson sitting at 6 strikeouts. His career high is 7. Did that last time out against the Tigers. Green bloops it to right, falls in for a hit. Baldelli trying to head for 3rd. He'll get there. And the Red Sox have something going now. 2 outs here in the 5th.
Not really a bad pitch by Anderson. He throws Green a breaking ball, gets him on his fists, Ball like couldn't get the barrel to it. Got jammed. Fought it off over Ellis's head. Good piece of base running by Baldelli. Reading that, knowing that it has no shot at him.
They're at the corners with 2 down for Aaron Bates. His first major league game. Popped out to the shortstop, Orlando Cabrera, in his first major league at bat. There's strike 1 to Bates. Red Sox with 2 hits. Jason Bay a single in the second. Nick Green the bloop single here in the 5th. Strike 2 to Bates. It's a 3rd round pick by the Red Sox. He's named the Eastern League Player of the Month in May as a member of the Portland Sea Dogs. 24 games with the Pawtucket Red Sox before his call-up today.
Big kid.
Quick check on Green, who had a pretty short lead. Nick Green easily back to the bag.
See if he tries to cut down his swing a little bit here with 2 strikes.
Elevates, he chases. 97 on the fastball. Strikeout number 7 for Anderson. Red Sox trail 4-0 at the end of 5.
My son and I ensconced ourselves in this situation where I was on the couch and he was in the easy chair in Game 4. When they won, I said to my son, we got to be in the same seats for Game 5. We watched Game 6 that way. We watched Game 7 that way. When these guys were calling saying, we can go to the World Series, I was like, Jack and I can't go. We have to be in the exact same seat.
The Boston Red Sox are world champions.
And now, I mean, 2007, it was like, we can sit anywhere now.
We all need people who will be there for us in life. People who say, we're with you, no matter what. At Wachovia and Wells Fargo, we're with you. When a house turns into a home.
Excuse me, Rufus.
When a passion becomes a career. When a relationship turns into a lifetime. And when times are tough, but life presses on. We're with you when you need someone to stand by you. Wachovia, Wells Fargo, and you. Together, we'll go far.
In the nation and throughout the season, the game starts here. Hey, hey! Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe Red Sox Game Day Live. The only way to connect you to the Red Sox this season with unique access and game day information to get you ready for the first pitch from the most respected team of analysts and insiders in the business. Red Sox Game Day Live. The game starts here. Tomorrow, coverage begins at 6, only on NESN.
You're watching NESN, home of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Red Sox.
Tomorrow night at 6, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe's Red Sox Game Day Live with TC, Jim, Heidi Eck, and me. Get a preview of All-Star Josh Beckett's start against the A's. He looks to stay unbeaten at home this year. Let's catch Heidi's conversation with former Red Sox shortstop Orlando Cabrera. And you also get a preview of CC Sabathia's start against his former team. It's all coming up tomorrow at 6, only on NESN.
You'd like to see Smoltz have a nice inning so he can finish off with a little confidence. Because this is his last inning. There's no way he would go more than this.
Daniel Bard up in the pen for the first time. You've seen action out there. Jack Cust leading it off. And a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Jack Cust has flied out to center and struck out swinging.
You see the arsenal that Smoltz has, though. You see what he can feature. Different speeds on his breaking ball, good fork ball. He's got to paint with his fastball, and tonight he just hasn't had a consistent breaking ball.
This one lined down the right field line, a fair ball. Over the plate is Baldelli. Cust is headed for second base, and he'll get there easily with a stand-up double to begin the 6th inning.
Smoltz tries to throw a piece of cheese on the inner half, and it's just not cutting it. You see Cust here. This is a fastball up middle, and he just rakes this ball into right field. Pretty big swing for a 2-strike pitch. Just didn't have enough hair on it to get it by him upstairs.
Pinch runner at second base, Joe Dillon, is pinch running here for the Athletics.
Kind of scares you when a guy gets on top of your fastball like that. You know, and just yanks it like.
That is Scott Hairston at second base, who's pinch running, just acquired today.
Probably just walked in the clubhouse.
Yes. Hairston at second base, pinch running for Cuss. He had been, of course, with the San Diego Padres. He was traded yesterday. The 0-1 pitch is a strike over the outside corner. It's 0-2. Ryan Sweeney is grounded out, reached in a fielder's choice. On the ground on the first baseline, Bates will play it himself for the out, but getting the job done is Sweeney to move the runner along. Send it downstairs to Heidi Watney. Heidi.
Well, Don, the trade that sent Nomar Garciaparra out of town was considered a bold move at the time by GM Theo Epstein because of Nomar's status as an icon in Boston, and it took a while for the manager to realize the impact of the trade.
I hadn't been here long enough, and that kind of surprised me.
It was a gutsy trade.
Very, and I didn't realize that how at the time. I thought Theo was trying to make us better, which he obviously did. But I didn't realize, I just, again, looking more at our team and trying to get better. I just hadn't been around long enough to understand that. It was very gutsy.
In 966 games with the Red Sox, Nomar batted .323 with 178 home runs and is considered by many to be the best shortstop in the history of the franchise. Don?
All right, Heidi, thank you very much. As this one is fouled down the right field line. It was such an odd day. We were in Minnesota playing the Twins, and the Red Sox lineup went up that day, and it had Nomar Garciaparra in it. And we're getting close to 3 o'clock and figured, okay, well, they've made no move. There's no changes here. There's no trades. And then all of a sudden that lineup card came down.
I was shocked. I really was, because
I
they asked me at that time, do you think they're going to trade him? I said, there's no way. I didn't think they would, and they pulled it off last minute.
To right field, Baldelli coming in. He'll make the catch, tagging and stopping at third base is Hairston, who would have been out. He remains at third with now 2 down.
Baldelli used to have a gun. It's not as you see this play. He's coming in, so there's no way you can tag up on it. His momentum is coming in. He's going to throw. He's going to be in the vicinity here. Even if it's 2 hops, that ball's going to beat Hairston to the plate. Excuse me.
So 2 down. Hairston 90 feet away at third base. Top of the order, Adam Kennedy. Trying to deliver here with 2 outs. Another run for the A's. Oakland scoring 4 times in the 4th. Swing and a miss. Fastball at 93 for Smoltz.
A reach back for a 93-mile-an-hour fastball here in the 6th inning with almost 100 pitches. That's a good sign. The pitch he'd want to have back tonight is the split finger that he threw to Mark Ellis that he hit in the gap. And you saw the reaction by Smoltz as soon as he hit it.
Leadoff double this inning for Cust. Hairston running for him at second base. It's outside, ball 2, 2-1.
The Amica Pitch Zone is brought to you by Amica Insurance. Get the right auto and home coverage at amicacoverage.com. And the pitch I'm talking about is this split finger. Just doesn't go down like most of his split fingers do. You see his reaction. He knew right away that was trouble.
On the ground right side, and a base hit. From third base comes Hairston. And a big 2-out RBI for Adam Kennedy, his third hit of the game. And a 5-0 Athletics lead.
A little discouraged Smoltz after that pitch, and see him walking around. This doesn't happen to him very often. He wanted to get out of this inning without being scored on. He's really upset. I don't blame him. I feel the same way. Another split finger right here to Kennedy. He's trying to throw this ball down and away. He's going to go down. That's middle. He hooks it. Not really hit all that hard, but good placement in the hole. Frustration tonight, John Smoltz.
Orlando Cabrera lifts a fly ball to center field at Jacoby Ellsbury. Makes the catch that ends the inning. The A's add a run. 5.5 done. It's 5-0 Athletics.
Why worry about frequent fill-ups? Why worry about expensive and unexpected repairs? And why worry about not having the room to bring home a little souvenir from your weekend? Fuel efficiency, incredible value, 73 cubic feet of room, and no worries. All standard features on the Toyota RAV4. Just ask someone you know who drives one.
Fios guy, where are you headed? Just installed Fios in the whole building. Now everyone has the fastest upload speeds. And we're giving them a mini netbook.
Well, I'm sticking with cable. So is Ted.
No, I'm not.
He's just goofing.
No, I'm not.
Ted has betrayed me.
Okay.
Unlike cable, Fios brings 100% fiber optics straight to your home. And when you switch now, you can get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. With Fios, you get razor-sharp TV, blazing fast internet, and crystal clear phone service. All for just $119.99 a month with a 1-year agreement. Sign up today. Call 1-888-GET-FIOS. And for a limited time, get an incredible compact mini to get the most out of your Fios internet. Get it all together with a great deal on Fios TV, internet, and phone. Plus, get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. So call 1-888-GET-FIOS today before time runs out on this astonishing offer. This is Fios. This is big.
All-Star voting isn't over quite yet. From now through Thursday, you can vote for the 33rd and final player for each league's roster. Go to RedSox.com and cast your All-Star Game final vote for the final 2 All-Stars for the game in St. Louis. Vote at RedSox.com. 5-0 Oakland A's on top of the Red Sox. John Smoltz surrendering 5 runs on 10 hits. As we move along to the bottom of the 6th inning, defensively now for the A's, Ryan Sweeney moving from center field to right field. And Scott Hairston stays in the game after running for Jack Cust. He is now in center. Jacoby Ellsbury takes a pitch inside for ball 1 to begin this bottom of the 6th inning. Brett Anderson has stymied the Red Sox through the first 5 innings and given up only 2 hits along the way. Red Sox are being out hit today 10-2. And for Anderson, he's finally got some run support here. His team putting together 5 runs.
I mean, he's really been impressive tonight. Not only does he have that kind of gas that's 95, that breaking ball's been nice. The off-speed curveball.
He's tied a career high 7 strikeouts so far tonight through the first 5. Back to Anderson. Throws out Ellsbury for the first out of the inning. It's time for a game break and Tom Caron, TC.
Well done. The New York Yankees hosting the Toronto Blue Jays this afternoon here in the 3rd inning. Alex Rios with a 3-run homer. It's his 10th of the year. It comes off Andy Pettitte. The Jays built a 7-1 lead. They hold on to win it 7-6. Yankees have still won 10 out of 12. They're a game and a half back for now. Don?
Okay, Tom, thanks very much. Here it is 5-0. The Oakland A's on top of the Red Sox, game 1 of this 3-game series. And Look, it appears the Yankees playing some pretty good baseball despite the loss today.
They really are. They play well at home. They got 122 home runs coming in today, so their offense has been doing it. You saw Jabba didn't really pitch all that well yesterday. They won that game, high score, and then today you see where Pettit's not throwing all that well. So it's hard to say that rotation, how good their rotation is. I mean, they got to be better than just AJ and Sabathia.
Lugo pops it up. Giambi in foul ground. And there's 2 down. So 2 outs, and Kevin Youkilis struck out twice. He was very upset last time as he was rung up on a called third strike by Greg Gibson. He went swinging in the first inning. Youkilis was very quiet in the series against the Mariners, going 1 for 13 in the series. In there for strike 1. Kevin Youkilis headed to the All-Star game as a manager's selection, 2nd consecutive All-Star team. Fly ball to center field. Scott Hairston just into the game. Makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 6th inning for Brett Anderson. He's cruising.
The first annual tent sale is going on right now at Roe Westbrook. You'll find huge savings on every new Ford.
New Ford Focuses as low as $159 a month.
We marked them down, and now we're marking them down again.
Roe Westbrook, exit 48.
It's for a lifetime. It's forever. It's yours from Pape Subaru. Buy new or buy used and get a lifetime powertrain warranty. Buy with the confidence you get from a lifetime warranty. It's Pape Subaru's warranty forever at no extra charge. There's no deductible, 100% parts and labor covered for as long as you own your car or truck. Get a warranty forever at Pape Subaru, 2123 Broadway in South Portland.
There's an industry that's been a part of Maine agriculture for over 100 years. What started as a day off for Maine farmers at the fair has turned into an industry that generates millions of dollars that stay right here in Maine. Harness racing has raised generations and employed thousands of Maine people. Whether you're at a racetrack or one of Maine's premier agricultural fairs, harness racing is fun and exciting to watch. Bring the family to a day at the races at Bangor Raceway or Scarborough Downs. Harness racing in Maine. It's fun to the finish.
Folks, if you haven't visited my Prime Toyota Discovery Center on Route 1 in Saco, you're missing out on a totally different experience.
Lease an all-new 2009 Toyota Corolla with air conditioning, CD player, and automatic transmission for only $96 a month for 36 months. Or purchase your Corolla with prices starting at $14,688. See Prime for details.
Plus, you receive my new Prime for Life warranty on every new car and Prime certified used car.
The first annual tent sale is going on right now at Roe Westbrook. You'll find huge savings on every new Ford.
These new 09 Ford F-150s are only $199 a month.
We marked them down, and now we're marking them down again.
Roe Westbrook, exit 48.
On at noon. Take a vacation this summer with Nesson.
It's time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind, and tonight the return of Nomar Garciaparra.
Designated hitter number 1, Nomar Garciaparra.
AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. Emotional return for Nomar Garciaparra tonight to Fenway Park. His A's have a 5-0 lead as the Athletics bat here in the 7th inning against a new Red Sox pitcher as Daniel Bard is in the game after 6 innings from John Smoltz tonight, who is on the hook as this one is fouled off. 0-2.
I don't think you're doing Matt Holliday a favor by throwing him a breaking ball. You saw those balls that Smoltz threw by him. Bard's got major gas.
.216 opponent batting average. Frustrating night tonight for John Smoltz. First start at Fenway in a Red Sox uniform. Ends up going 6 innings, giving up 10 hits.
thought I saw 100. It's just like sort of poof, where did that 100 come from? Then it went back to 98. It's a tough night for Smoltz. He's probably going to have a tough time sleeping. I know I would.
Holiday fouls it off. 1-2. 99 that time from Bard. He was up 5 runs in 6 innings. Walked the batter, struck out 3 through 99 pitches.
You start to dwell on what you did wrong. You got to forget about it and pitch Saturday night coming up.
Holiday strikes out. His 3rd strikeout of the night. Bard strikes him out to begin the 7th.
Bard throws a little slider, not that curveball that goes straight down, and it's almost like the slider even beat him. It's just in between, not probably guessed wrong.
One out for Jason Giambi. Walked in the first. He homered. He came around to score, I should say. A double in the 4th. And then grounded out in the 5th. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. Has 11 home runs on the season. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. 100 miles per hour that time. Again, the line for John Smoltz tonight. Gave up 4 runs in the 4th inning, and a run in his last inning, the 6th inning. It's 1-2 to Giambi.
Once again, that outing comes down to the split finger to Mark Ellis, and he'll remember that.
Ellis with a 2-run double. He scored the 2nd and 3rd runs in that 4th inning. Two and 2 to Giambi. Hit 32 home runs last year for the Yankees in his final season in New York in 145 games. Started 112 games last year at first base, the most since 2001 when he was with the Oakland A's the first time. Opposite field, down the left field line, but hooking. A foul ball. Dunkin' Donuts is in its 10th year of hosting local youth groups and charitable organizations in the Dunkin' Dugout, a special seating section at Fenway Park. Thousands of children have had the chance to catch a Red Sox home game thanks to Dunkin' Donuts. It was packed out there tonight. Having a good time despite the score. The Red Sox down 5-0. Giambi fouls it off. Will do it again. 2-2. Outside, ball 3, full count. Bard coming in here in the 7th inning. He had been warming up at one point in the 5th. Warmed up in the 6th, now in the 7th inning. Strikes out Matt Holliday as a full count to Giambi. Kurt Suzuki waits on deck. Giambi fouls off another.
Giambi's got it geared up for that fastball, boy. Ready, get set, swing, because he knew it was coming. See if he can catch up to this one.
Nope. Strikes him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Bard. 2 down.
You know you got some cheese when everybody's he's looking for it, seen it the pitch before, and says, hit this. Yeah, see ya. What a weapon, huh?
It's got to feel good.
Oh, I love it. When in doubt, just air it out.
2 down here in the 7th inning, and the batter is Kurt Suzuki. He's got 2 hits, been on base 3 times. This one's fouled off. Jordan's Furniture is the furniture and mattress store of the Boston Red Sox. Visit Jordans.com for New England's largest selection of brand name furniture and mattresses, all with Jordan's guaranteed underprice. 2 outs, 7th inning. Kurt Suzuki down on the count, 0-1.
Suzuki had some good at-bats off of John Smoltz tonight. They weren't really bad breaking balls. I thought it's a nice piece of hitting a couple times for Suzuki.
Suzuki's always kind of done a number on the Red Sox in the brief time that he's been with the A's. He's got a 16-game hitting streak now against the Red Sox. Earlier this year in the season series, he was 4 for 13 in the 3-game series against the Red Sox, hitting at .308.
You think he knows he's got a 16-game hitting streak?
Well, it's in the notes, so maybe.
He's all over the notes.
Take a look at the notes before the game.
That's the only way he's going to know.
The 1-2 to right. Baldelli coming in. Makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 7th for Bard. 7th inning stretch, 5-0 A's. Time now for a Sports Desk update with Catherine Tappan.
Thanks, Don. Could we see Junior Seau back in a Patriot uniform next season? Well, the future Hall of Famer told the San Diego radio station today that he will wait until October or November to decide whether or not to return to the NFL for a 20th season. We'll have more on this story coming up later on tonight on Sports Desk. And remember, when remodeling a bath or kitchen, turn to FW Webb's showrooms. Frank Webb's Bath Centers. Find your showroom at frankwebb.com. Enjoy the rest of the game. We'll get you back out to Fenway Park after this short break.
$5 for the sub, huh? What about the drink and the chips?
Extra. These KFC boxes are $5. 2 pieces of new Kentucky grilled chicken, side, biscuit, and a drink. Looks like your 5 don't jive.
He is right.
You're a la carte. We're all a smart.
Think a $5 sub is a good deal? It's time to unthink. KFC's new $5 fill-up boxes, each with a side and a medium drink for just $5.
And you paid more for that than we did.
Unthink and taste the unsub side of KFC.
This is about a new, more efficient luxury hybrid, continuing to produce 70% fewer smog-forming emissions while delivering greater power. A fact not lost on the world around us. The all-new 2010 Lexus RX Hybrid.
Dad, could you help me build a sandcastle?
Sure, pal. Let's just find a good spot.
A big day at the beach with the legendary taste of Dunkin' Donuts coffee on ice.
This looks like a good spot.
You can do it. America runs on Dunkin'. Enjoy a new egg and cheese wake-up wrap for just 99 cents.
Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, asks, what does healthy mean to you? Is it getting your annual checkup, cheering on your favorite team? Healthy is blank. Fill in your blank at bidmc.org.
That's a tough one.
That is.
Don't ever give me that, ever. I did it once.
Multiple choice.
Man, I can hardly get through the Beth Israel part. I'm not kidding.
Bobby Crosby takes over defensively at first base for the A's. Ramon Ramirez getting up for the Red Sox as Bard had a 1-2-3 7th inning. Red Sox with work to do as they trail 5-0. David Ortiz leads it off here in the home half of the 7th. Big Papi has popped out to short and struck out looking. You're going to be impressed with Brett Anderson tonight.
Oh, you really do, especially the way he came back after that long inning. Came out with a 4-0 lead, shut him down, 3 punch-outs.
Giving up 2 hits, a single for Jason Bay in the 2nd, single for Nick Green in the 5th. Now Ortiz hits one down the right field line. Ryan Sweeney Onto the dirt to make the catch for the first out of the 7th. Ortiz gets under it for out number 1.
I think Ortiz was going to swing wherever that pitch was. He decided 2-0. I'm swinging. He knew he was going to get a fastball, and it was way out of the zone. You see this pitch? Not even close. Look at this. He tries to get the big part of the bat on that ball. Just missed it, really. If that ball was any farther down, he would have crushed it.
Instead, it's out number 1 of the 7th inning. Jason Bay. 1 for 2 and a swing and a miss. Bay with a single back in the 2nd, stole a base, and then he struck out in the 5th. Two pitchers with 1 out here in the 7th inning for Brett Anderson. Bay hits a high fly ball to deep right center field. Back goes Hairston. Front of the wall. Hairston can't make the catch. He kicks it around. Bay will head for third base and get there easily. Hairston and Sweeney back there. Neither can catch it. Hairston had it in the glove, a bobble, a drop, a kick, and he gets charged with an error.
Boy, he went and looked into the air. He's all over the place on this ball. Head bobbing. That's why that ball kicked off of his glove. He was in the wrong place to begin with. He might have lost it a little bit to be out of position like that. He went back on that ball and then had to come over to his left. It was just an ugly play.
A 3-base error. Bay stands at third with 1 out. And here's Jason Varitek, who walked in the 2nd, flied out to right in the 5th.
You wonder if Harrison just came off a plane or something, because they just made that move.
Yep, yesterday. Varitek pops it up. Foul ground. Bobby Crosby just into the game. Makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Varitek unable to deliver a run here. 2 down, and Rocco Baldelli coming up. Rocco grounded into a double play in the 2nd inning. Walked in the 5th. There's strike 1 to Baldelli.
You're almost looking for Baldelli to run into something right here to make a spark into this offense, kick it in a little bit.
Red Sox against left-handed starters this year are 18-10. Baldelli pops it up. Shallow right field. Ryan Sweeney coming in. Makes the catch. It ends the inning. The error turns out not to be costly. It's 5-0 Athletics.
Today's truck market is more complicated than ever.
Where can I find the truck I need?
How can I get financing?
Which one can handle the most payload?
Who makes the best?
The solution is simple. Start at NewEnglandFord.com. Here, you'll find the 2009 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, the Ford F-150. Drive the Ford difference now and get 0% financing plus $3,500 cash or up to $5,000 cash back. Find it all at NewEnglandFord.com. Get online today, then get to your local Ford dealer.
My Bob's Way is to give you innovation. This bedroom is something else. Individually, it's a terrific value at $1,176, but My Bob's Way saves you even more. At $9.99, you save an extra $177. But wait, there's a lot more. Not 1, but 2 underbed drawers. And the more drawers, the better to make your life easier. And the amazing part, it's still only $9.99 for the whole thing.
NESN Sports Desk presented by FWA. Tonight following Red Sox coverage right here on NESN.
Every Sunday, count down and catch up with everything you missed from the Red Sox week. We've got the top 9 Red Sox stories wrapped up in the ultimate Red Sox package, the Ultimate Red Sox Show. Join Heidi Watney as she breaks it down, from the road, from around the nation, and straight from the Sox. There's only one show that can be called the Ultimate. It's the Ultimate Red Sox Show, every Sunday at noon on NESN.
Stay with us immediately following the game tonight for WB Mason's Extra Innings with TC, Jim, and Heidi. You'll get the breakdown of all the key plays in this series opener, and you'll hear the live post-game press conferences of Terry Francona and John Smoltz, plus all the reaction from the players from the Red Sox clubhouse tonight. It's all coming up right after the game with TC, Jim, and Heidi. Ramon Ramirez, the new Boston pitcher, as his call to the bullpen is brought to you by New England Ford dealers. Takes over for Daniel Bard, who had a 1-2-3 7th inning. Ramirez starts the 8th and appears in his 37th game of the year, 2.25 ERA.
You start to see how the games start creeping up. This is his 37th game, the halfway point. That's a lot of games over the course of a year, right? Over 70 appearances is a lot.
He was dealt his 3rd loss of the year on Friday. It was his 8th decision of the year. That's a new career high out of the pen. A swing and a miss for Nomar Garciaparra. Down the line at 3rd, knocked down by Youkilis. It's a fair ball as he runs it down. Garciaparra reaches at first base with his 2nd hit of the game.
Uke would have had a tough time getting up and throwing out Nomar on this play. This ball's hit right down the line. You see the 2nd hop comes and kicks away. He gets a glove on it, but really no chance. Even if he would have caught this ball, he would have had to hurry up to try to throw him out.
You know, the pinch runner for Garciaparra, it's like Rajay Davis.
I wonder if they're being careful with Nomar. Had a lot of leg injuries over the course of the last few years.
So the night for Nomar Garciaparra, Rajay Davis at first base to run for him. I remember early on in talking to Bob Guerin when we were in Oakland, that's exactly what he said. They were going to try to be very careful with Nomar. He'd like to have him in the lineup every day, but it just didn't make sense with all the leg injuries that he's had. And he was basically saying that was going to be one of the tougher things for him moving through the year, was to rest Nomar as much as he could. Now, you know, he says that, and then Garciaparra ends up in the DL soon after the Red Sox were there.
So much for that,
yeah.
Right? This whole team, I can see why their defense is kind of iffy. When they've got Crosby going to first base sometimes, third base, and he's a shortstop. See, Nomar plays first. I think he's played a little third.
So has Crosby.
I mean, they mix and match all over the place. You got Cust out there playing an outfield position, that's just
big outfield.
I mean, a big outfield. I mean, that's trouble. That's trouble waiting to happen.
And check on Davis, back to the bag, no throw, 1-1 the count to Scott Hairston.
You know, they don't steal a lot of bags, but Rajay Davis has got the wheels to steal.
He takes off, a swing and a miss, the throw down, and he's safe. Davis steals second base.
Well, that will be his 10th bag of the year, and you know he doesn't play all that much. Decent lead, gets a pretty good jump. Throw's not bad. One hop. Speed just outran that ball.
So in the scoring position, nobody out. 1-2 the count. The newest member of the Athletics. Thurston takes ball 2, 2-2.
Ramirez, he throws everything hard. Hard slider, hard forkball, fastball he gets up there. Lately he's had some trouble. Looking like he's overthrowing here and there. Control problems. But for the most part had a nice year.
Fly ball to short right field. Out goes Green. In comes Baldelli. And Rocco makes the catch for the first out. Davis will stay at second. Draw the throw. I was going to ask you that if you saw anything different in Ramirez from when he was going good to what's happened lately for him.
Not really. I think he just when he gets in trouble, I think it's control. I think he overthrows his breaking ball, but he throws everything as hard as he can. Just a different grip when he throws his slider. His slider is 90 miles an hour. His changeup is almost 90 miles an hour, and when he's throwing good, he can throw close to 94 miles, 95 miles an hour. So, I mean, that's all I've ever seen the difference.
Had a great start to the season. Had not given up a run in his first 15 appearances, 15 innings. He's got one out here in the 8th inning. Runner at second base, and Ryan Sweeney, the batter. Started in center field, now the right fielder. And down on the count 0-1 as Ramirez gets it up there at 95.
You see that 95, he's got that.
Two more games with the A's and then 4 with the Royals before the All-Star break. All right here on NESN.
You start to look at those appearances. Like I said, this is number 37. You double that, that's 74. And that's a lot of appearances. Most I ever had was 69.
One is blooped down the left field line, backing out of play. 0-2 and a broken bat for Ryan Sweeney. Rajay Davis pinch running for Nomar Garciaparra. Got a hit to begin this inning. Davis at second base now with one out and an 0-2 to Ryan Sweeney. And it's line foul.
Once again, as hard as you can slider, down and in. Everything's hard. You can hardly throw a ball 91 miles an hour, let alone a slider.
This one fouled off. We'll do it again. 0-2. Ramirez last worked in game 1 of the series against the Mariners, which he came in and took the loss, giving up 2 hits and 2 runs in an inning. To left field, struck well. Jason Bay going back at the wall. He leaps and makes the catch in left. To second base and a double play. Jason Bay with some magic in left turns it into a double play.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on.
It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on.
Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting August 16th, fly out of Logan to Baltimore, Washington for $49. Bags fly free on Southwest Airlines, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
There are some things you expect to happen every day. You rely on them for everything they do and everything they don't. Wherever the road ahead may take you,
It's nice to know you can count on Toyota Corolla to be there for you every day. Ask someone you know who drives one.
Dustin Pedroia for Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. Take one.
For clutch service and Gutsy Goodyear tires.
Hot, what a Gutsy tires.
It's Dustin Pedroia. Take 7.
50 years of service.
Hot, 50 years of service, like you're excited.
It's Pedroia. Take 42.
Sullivan Tire has over 50 locations.
Now you're just yelling.
It's Dustin Pedroia and Paul Sullivan. Take 1.
Sullivan Tire and Auto Service. We're always here to get you there.
Yep.
He discovered a pattern.
The numbers are a warning
that predicts future disasters. Now he must decode the clues to stop them.
The numbers are the key.
Knowing, own it on DVD and Blu-ray and get Push the same day.
Nesson's closing every game in extra innings. WB Mason extra innings immediately following every Sox game. And keep it on Nesson for the last word on Granite City Electric Red Sox final. Hear what the players, coaches, and analysts have to say every game night on Nesson.
5-0. The Oakland A's on top of the Red Sox. It's on to the bottom of the 8th inning. Paul Assard going to work on Kevin Youkilis in between innings here as we start this bottom of the 8th. There's a play that ended last inning. Question is, did he trap it against the wall?
See, his glove turned around and that ball bounced off the wall and he smothered it. I'm telling you.
We looked at it a bunch.
But look at that one. See his glove spin?
I see what you're saying, but I don't know.
Watch his glove spin around and let the ball hits the wall and then he smothers it. You know what I'm saying? He hit the wall and then he smothered it. See what I'm saying?
I don't know. I know what you're saying. I just don't know if I see it.
Okay. I'm going to let it go because it doesn't matter.
No, well, Bob Guerin thinks it matters. He was out there to argue.
Raja is the one that thought it mattered. I think he smothered it. I don't think he caught it clean. It's like a trap almost.
Yeah. He had the glove turned in the wrong direction, or in the right direction as it turned out, because you can't tell.
That's as close as it gets. I think he knows he hit the wall.
And the call made by Andy Fletcher had to go out and make the call. We've watched it like 10 times and still really can't tell. As striking out to begin this inning is Nick Green.
Meanwhile, Anderson is continuing to do dazzle out here. Breaking ball down and in. Nick Green flails at it.
New career high for Anderson. He struck out 7 last time out against the Tigers. He's got 8 against the Red Sox. 1 out in the 8th. Aaron Bates, first major league start, called up today from the Pawtucket Red Sox. Takashi Saito is up in the pen. Inside, and it's a ball and a strike. Anderson has given up just 2 hits, a single for Bay in the 2nd, a single for Nick Green in the 5th. That's it. 1-1 rolled foul, 1-2.
Pitch count 94. He has a chance at throwing this shutout. I don't know if they will let him, but first time he ever pitched in Fenway Park. You'll always remember this one. We've seen a lot of first, haven't we, with pitchers coming in here?
Yes. It's the longest outing he's got this year, innings-wise, is 7. And he's done that twice. Strikes out Bates. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 8th for Anderson. He's got 9 in all. And there's 2 down.
Once again, 2 strikes. I think this is a fastball just down low. Swings over the top of it. Well, he's got it going on.
Two outs for Jacoby Ellsbury, who was 0 for 3 tonight. He's grounded out twice and struck out.
They've only hit the ball hard once. I can't recall anything really stung. Jason Bay got a base hit, and then Nick Green got jammed and threw it into right field. And Bay, that ball wasn't crushed. I mean, it's just a weird. Not exactly a dynamite lineup for the Red Sox. It's not the best that they can throw out there, obviously.
We walked 2 tonight, 1 in the second inning. Veritek. Baldelli walked in the 5th. As Ellsbury fouls it off himself, is down 1-2.
See where he fouls this thing off. Up above his guard. He needs a guard up all the way to his kneecap is what he needs.
Well, we have a moment. I want to remind you, coming up after the game, stay tuned for Granite City Electric's Red Sox final. Email your questions to the NESN.com inbox and NESN.com/final, and TC and Jim will answer the best of them. Plus highlights from the Yankees Blue Jays game this afternoon and a preview of Josh Beckett starting game 2 of the series tomorrow. So coming up after the game on NESN. New beach ball coming out onto the field. Sad ending for the beach ball. One and 2 the count to Jacoby Ellsbury. Back to the mound, and Anderson with a nice pick throws out Ellsbury and ends this 8th inning. 5-0 Athletics.
You only get one breakfast, so come to McDonald's and get 2 hot Egg McMuffin sandwiches for just $3.
Hey, Skip, need you in the wheelhouse.
Tenacious grip, no matter the conditions. Firehawk tires with Unity technology, only from Firestone.
Count on the nation's fastest 3G network, AT&T.
Hot coffee every morning. That's his routine. And he's never strayed. Not to say he hasn't been tempted once or twice.
Back at Fenway Park with a game summary is brought to you by Comcast. The return of Nomar Garciaparra tonight to Fenway Park. Standing ovation lasted a very long time. And then Nomar, part of a 4-run 4th inning, would drive in the first run of the game, scoring Jason Giambi with a single. Later in the inning, a 2-run double for Mark Ellis, batting out of the number 9 spot. As the A's score 4 times in the 4th, they'd add a run in the 6th. And a tough night for John Smoltz, who goes 6 innings, giving up 5 runs on 10 hits. A's lead it 5-0, and they've got great pitching tonight from their starter. Brett Anderson, a new career-high 8 innings pitched tonight and has 9 strikeouts. Held the Red Sox to just 2 hits. The 4th pitcher of the night for Boston to pitch this top of the 9th inning is Takashi Saito. In his 31st appearance, 2-2 record, 3.45 earned run average. And the opponent hitting a .243 against Saito. He pitched on Saturday, went an inning giving up a run. Walked 3, the bases loaded, and took the loss in Saturday's game against the Mariners after he loaded the bases. Walking 3, gave up a bloop single to Woodward, and the Mariners came away with the win.
And you wonder where that wildness comes from. I mean, this guy came in here, I said it myself, he's a strike machine. That's what people said about him. I mean, it can happen to anybody, you walk the bases loaded, but it just seems very unusual, though, for a guy like him.
Mark Ellis, we saw the double he had moments ago. A 1-for-3 night. This time he goes into right field. A leadoff base hit to begin this 9th. Second hit of the night for Mark Ellis, the 12th hit of the night for the Athletics.
It's like he's seeing the ball pretty good is what's happening. This is the guy seeing the ball real good too tonight. A couple of big hits off of Smoltz.
Here's Adam Kennedy with Mark Ellis at first base, nobody out. Well, Kennedy spending the last 2 seasons with the Cardinals. Played 7 seasons with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim between 2000 and 2006. Rips this foul. He's down 0-2.
Well, St. Louis let him go. They had signed him to a 3-year contract. He played 2 years of it, and then they let him go, which was kind of strange because they moved Schumacher, who was an outfielder, to second base. So they needed a second baseman. They had Kennedy, but they still let him go. They had to make a decision on him, and he just didn't play real well for the Cardinals. So he comes over here and just lights it up when he first got over here.
Well, the Cardinals, as their primary second baseman last year, 84 games, saw action in the outfield, also 10 games in the outfield, 3 at first base. Runner goes, the pitch, a ball, the throw is in time. Mark Ellis gunned down by Jason Varitek for the first out of the 9th.
I thought the pitch was a strike. It should have been a strikeout and a throw out. You see, you can't really see it from this view. That fastball, I guess, might have been inside. Excuse me. And bang, bang there. He's safe. He's really safe. So he's safe there, and that ball is inside.
So Ellis gunned down, according to Tim McClellan, second base umpire, for the first out of the 9th inning. Now 1-2 to Kennedy is outside.
You see the A's running tonight. I mean, they're not really a running team. Looks like everybody wants to run. They'll do anything to score runs.
And Kennedy hooks it into the Red Sox dugout.
It's funny, you know, a stolen base like that, he looks safe pretty easy, don't you think?
Yes, I would
How come
agree.
you don't argue? Because you're winning 5-0?
It's a good question.
You know, if it's a 1-0 game,
you're out there.
Oh yeah. How about if you're losing 1-0? They make a call like that.
Even more so.
Oh yeah.
And Bob Guerin was out to argue the play that ended last inning as to whether or not Jason Bay made the catch in left. To left, here is Bay again, and no doubt this time running onto the warning track, 2 down.
I got to ask him if he caught that ball. I wonder if he even knows. We've seen enough replays of it. Just heard that noise though. It's like a dunk out there.
Question is the dunk from his knee hitting the wall or whether it's from the ball that's trapped. That's the question.
We're going to see this replay till the cows come home.
Orlando Cabrera stands in, takes ball 1.
Here we go.
Here it is. We slowed it way down.
Okay.
He's got it in the glove, I think.
So there's leather behind the ball, you're saying. Okay. And it didn't bounce.
He hits the wall, which is what you hear. So I think we have our answer. But it took a lot to get there.
Okay, I agree right now.
You're on board now.
I wonder if he really knows. It's just he threw his arm up there and it went in his glove.
And it turned into a double play.
It sure did. If you think about it, it's a spectacular play.
It is.
You know? We just sort of paused for a second, like in disbelief.
When in doubt, you got to wait. 2-1 is in there for strike 2, 2-2. Saito working in the ninth. Red Sox trailing 5-0. They'll have Lugo, Euclid, and Ortiz expected in the bottom of the ninth. In the dirt, and it's a full count. Smoltz went 6, giving up the 5 runs the A's have. Bard in a shutout inning. Ramirez a shutout inning. And Saito has 2 outs with the bases empty here in the ninth. High drive deep left. Orlando Cabrera has left the yard. His 4th home run of the year. Homered yesterday. Homers today. We've gone 44 games without a home run prior to yesterday's solo shot, and he's got another one here in the ninth. It's now 6-0 Athletics.
I'll tell you what, he's seen a lot of breaking balls tonight. From Smoltz, he saw a couple balls that he should have drove. So when he gets this 3-2 breaking ball by Saito, it says hit me all over it. Ball just sits there. This ball is gone, and he knows it. He flips this ball out of here. He doesn't even really move.
Now Matt Holliday is the batter. Asks for time. Holliday has struck out 3 times after he singled back in the first inning. Now lines one into right field. His 2nd hit of the night. 3 hits in the inning for the A's off Saito.
He doesn't try to pull this ball. Fastball, decent fastball, away, stays back, drives it to right field. That's how you hit 300, driving the ball the other way, and he's a lifetime 300 hitter. Way over 300 in Colorado, probably 320.
Bobby Crosby took over for Jason Giambi defensively at first base. Bats for the first time now. 199 average for Crosby. 3 homers, 19 runs batted in. Through the left side into left field, a base hit as Holliday takes 2nd. More hits for the A's.
Seen a lot of bad breaking balls tonight, haven't we?
A lot have been left up.
Right.
And that is now 15 hits for the Athletics against the Red Sox, 4 in this inning. And Saito just trying to get through the ninth. Long wait for Anderson as Brad Ziegler is now up in the pen for the Oakland A's.
Yeah, I almost think you have to go to the bullpen after this long delay. You got to protect this 21-year-old kid's arm.
He's gone the first 8 innings, 9 strikeouts, 8 shutout innings tonight against the Red Sox. Suzuki with a swing and a miss. There's 2 hits tonight, a 2-for-4 showing. It's been a 13-minute wait so far for Brett Anderson. And it's ball 1 to Suzuki. Well, tomorrow night it'll be Josh Beckett. The A's have not yet announced who their starter will be tomorrow night.
That's Anderson over there laughing. I don't think he's going back out.
On the ground towards 2nd, Nick Green. Ends the inning, but the A's had a run on the home run by Orlando Cabrera at 6-0.
Nesson's closing every game in extra innings. WB Mason Extra Innings immediately following every Sox game. And keep it on Nesson for the last word on Granite City Electric Red Sox final. Hear what the players, coaches, and analysts have to say every game night on Nesson.
Some say American brands don't stack up to the imports on quality. Check the facts. Fact, with 5 models, Chevy has more Consumers Digest Best Buys than any other brand for the 2009 model year, like Malibu, Silverado Half-Ton, and the all-new crossover Traverse. You have a right to know the truth. And now, during Chevy's 72-hour sale, get 0% APR for 72 months on all 09 Silverado 1500 models, Impala, and Suburban. For the best coverage in America, see your local New England Chevy dealer.
When's your Papa time? Rally your home team with the Papa Gino's Double Play Meal Deal. 2 large cheese pizzas for only $16.99. It's a pitch we're always happy to deliver. It's Papa time.
Every Sunday, count down and catch up with everything you missed from the Red Sox week. We've got the top 9 Red Sox stories wrapped up in the ultimate Red Sox package, the Ultimate Red Sox Show. Join Heidi Watney as she breaks it down. From the road, from around the nation, and straight from the Sox. There's only one show that can be called the Ultimate. It's the Ultimate Red Sox Show, every Sunday at noon on NESN. Closed captioning for Red Sox baseball on NESN is provided by Finagle, Boston's best sandwich, soup, salad, and of course Bagel Cafe. Don't settle for average food. Go beyond that. Finagle, go beyond good.
Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, Bermuda Tourism, your Subaru dealers of New England, and by Southwest Airlines. 6-0, the A's on top of the Red Sox. We head to the bottom half of the 9th inning, and it is Brett Anderson who's back out there.
I'm surprised he's out there.
Yep.
He's had a lot of waits, right? Maybe 3 times he's had to wait 15 minutes or so. You know, nowadays it's not that important to throw a shutout.
102 pitches for Anderson as he starts this 9th inning. Has not had a complete game in his career. Last time the Red Sox had a pitcher throw a complete game shutout against them, we got to go back to James Shields a year ago. For the Tampa Bay Rays, the last Oakland A to do it, Tim Hudson, back in 2003.
How about the last rookie to do it?
I don't have that.
Okay. I knew I was going to stump you on that. I knew it.
I had the 2 other things, but I don't have that.
Yeah, you see Kennedy over there in between innings. He's not really laughing, but he just seems so comfortable, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not chirping with anybody. You see him laugh. I'm not chirping with anybody. I got a shutout. My first shutout in the big leagues.
He's a lefty.
I know, but he's so relaxed. I kind of like that, but I was just, paranoid. I didn't want anything. It's like a jinx, 8-inning shutout.
So you weren't much fun in between innings, is what you're saying.
Well, first of all, he's making history. So when I had it going on for a while, I never did. I don't know about the first one.
He's loose. He's relaxed.
He really is. I guess I kind of like that, but I couldn't be like that. I think every time you smile, the baseball gods are going to get you. You got to be serious until it's over.
You got some issues.
I do.
It's the third base. Adam Kennedy's throw is in time for out number 1 in the bottom of the 9th. Anderson has now retired 6 Red Sox in a row.
Boy, you got to be impressed with what he's done tonight. Really, nothing really hard hit. The 2 hits, both of them, one of them was a chink. Nick Green got jammed.
This is rip foul. Euclid struck out in the first. He struck out in the 4th. Line out to center in the 6th. To right field. Sweeney coming in, and he puts it away. 2 down in the 9th. I mean, this has been easy for Brett Anderson.
This has been so impressive. I mean, one of the best games of the year. We said that in Baltimore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ferguson pitched the game.
Yes.
Remember, he only went 8 innings. Maybe they should have put him in the 9th inning, right? And left him out there because it was a disaster for Baltimore when they gave up 4.
Well, tonight, Brett Anderson has allowed just 2 hits to the Red Sox, both singles. He has walked 2, struck out 9, and out away from a complete game shutout as David Ortiz takes strike 1.
We're going to find out if a rookie's thrown a shutout. Wasn't the last time a rookie threw a shutout? Nowadays, you don't even throw a shutout ever, let alone a rookie coming in here to Fenway Park, left-hander.
Ground ball right side into the shift. That's the ball game. And Brett Anderson does have a complete game shutout here tonight as he beats the Red Sox. And Dennis, on a night when it was all about John Smoltz and Nomar Garciaparra, really it was about Brett Anderson.
He silently stole the show. I mean, the next thing you know, he got a 4-run lead. He came out and punched out the side. That was impressive. And then you see what he'd done. 2 hits. One of them was hit hard, I'd say Bay to left field. And then a jam shot by Nick Green. But that was impressive. You talk about 9 punch outs. Only walked a couple guys. So this was kind of forgotten with Nomar, with the rookie coming in here shutting out the Red Sox. We'll find out when the last time a rookie shut out the Red Sox, let alone a left-hander, in Fenway Park.
Well, Anderson gets the win, and he gets some run support tonight, which has been big for him. He hasn't really had it all season. John Smoltz takes a loss. He is 0-2 as the Red Sox drop this first game of the series to the Oakland A's. They're out hit 15-2. For Dennis Eckersley and Heidi Watney, I'm Don Orsillo saying goodnight from Fenway Park. Join us again tomorrow night for Game 2 of the series. Josh Beckett on the mound as our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. This has been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for Tom Karen and Jim Rice, the NESN HD Television Center for WB Mason's Extra Innings.
Designated hitter number 1, Nomar Garciaparra.
Well, a minute and 10-second long standing ovation for Nomar Garciaparra tonight. If anyone was concerned that Red Sox Nation wouldn't show its appreciation for number 5, those concerns will put to rest. It may have been an uneasy relationship at the end of his stay here, but tonight it was all about what he did for so long wearing the uniform. A 5-time All-Star as a member of the Boston Red Sox, Nomar Garciaparra back at Fenway playing a baseball game for the first time in 5 years. We're working our way towards Granite City Electric's Red Sox final at 10:15. Sports Desk wrapping up your night later on. But first, it's WB Mason's Extra Innings here on NESN HD Television Center. I'm Tom Karen, along with Hall of Fame inductee Jim Rice. A very special moment when Nomar stepped up to lead off the second.
Yes, I mean, you know, when times that he was here, a very classic guy. I mean, he had a bowling tournament, gave money back to charity and things like that. Won 2 batting titles. He could hit anywhere from 1 to 5. He's going to get you maybe 200 base hits. He's going to hit you 30 home runs. And when a guy that you can put in a slot like that, it means a lot to the ball club. Also, it meant a lot to the city because the city brought him out and he brought the city out.
Well, tonight, back here, though, hard to believe the way the schedule's all worked out. 5 years. I mean, we see Orlando Cabrera back tonight, but we've seen Orlando Cabrera plenty. When he was with the Angels, he'd be here quite a bit. But to see Nomar back, and it might have been all different if he came back in 05. Sure, there would have been a very good reaction for him then, but his feelings might have been different. Talking to him before the game, hearing him talk about his time here, obviously very much appreciating now what he had when he was here in Boston.
I don't know anything about the negotiations and things like that, but a lot of players that have played here and went other places and thought the grass was a little greener, it was brown.
Well, Fred Lynn. Fred Lynn is the classic example, right? Your partner here for so long had no idea how special this was until he ended up playing on the West Coast.
And once you leave and you come back and you say to yourself, why in the heck did I ever leave this place? But it happens.
Well, now we know you never did.
No.
Okay, you understood what you had going here.
I don't want to see my grass brown.
That's Come by my house. Nomar Garciaparra tonight. 2 hits, 4 at-bats. It was one thing to get the nice ovation. As Dennis Eckersley said, he didn't even know how he made contact with the ball after that kind of emotional ovation leading up to it. But he gets back up in the 4th inning. An RBI single for Nomar. Winds up going 2 for 4 with a run driven in.
And every pitch that Smoltz threw up there, it was the first pitch he was swinging, so he didn't change his spots at all. And like I said, every pitch that he was swinging at and he got bases on, they were bad pitches, and that's what makes a good hitter.
Some things don't change.
Never.
Still tugging on his glove, still swinging at the first pitch. Nomar Garciaparra hasn't changed his approach at the plate one bit. The storylines coming in were John Smoltz and Nomar Garciaparra. The story after the game, Brett Anderson, 22 years old, shutting out the Red Sox tonight as his team pounds out 15 hits. He throws a 2-hit shutout against the Sox. Just the second time this season the Red Sox have been shut out. And you can see they're tied now with the Tigers and Angels for the fewest time shutouts, not only in the American League, but tied with 7 teams total. In Major League Baseball, they had only been shut out once prior to tonight, the only team to only be shut out once. This young kid, Anderson, was pretty impressive tonight.
Very impressive, but when you think about coming to Fenway Park and shutting the Red Sox out at home, that's pretty tough to do. I mean, regardless of your left hand or right hand, you got the wall there, you got right-handed hitters, but when you're that patient, you're throwing strikes and keep the Red Sox off balance, anything can happen. So what happened tonight? You kept them off balance.
He pitched very well against the Red Sox back in April as well. On April 15th in Oakland, gave up just 5 hits and 2 runs over 7 innings. Was outpitched by Tim Wakefield, who went 8 1/3 no-hit innings against the A's before ultimately getting the win. You see our superstar of the game, brought to you by the Subaru dealers of New England. Brett Anderson gets the win. 2 starts against the Red Sox, a 1.13 earned run average, 14 strikeouts, only 4 walks. Red Sox are hitting him at a 130 clip. Tough night for the Bats. Let's hear from the manager. Terry Francona sat down at the podium.
You know, I didn't think he was as bad as his line. That's a bad way to say it, because I didn't think he was bad. I didn't think his secondary pitches tonight, split, slider, had the depth that they've had in the, especially last outing. I thought his slider at times, he showed that one that can really work. He threw a split to Ellis, which was probably the big pitch of the game. It was down and probably not in, but not in the middle. And it just didn't bottom out enough, and Ellis put a great swing on it. And that was a big hit in the game.
He has said all along that don't judge him on the first, second, third start reach, but the 6th one. Do you agree with that? Do you see it coming along?
Well, and I wouldn't say judge him. I think I understand what he means, though. What he's trying to tell you guys is that as he gets into the grind, we're already there. He's, again, get his legs under him, establish all his pitches, know what he can go to, things like that. I definitely think we've said that, too. And I think we've all said, we have the confidence that as he gets there, he'll keep us in games, which we feel that way. I mean, we didn't score tonight. I think as long as he maintains health and strength, which we're confident he will, as he logs some innings, then he'll know what touch and feel with pitches, things like that.
You mentioned the secondary pitches. What do you think of his fastball? And were you surprised to see him at times kind of moving away from that?
Well, they hit 4 first pitch fastballs for hits, so they're obviously looking for a pitch. So sometimes you need to. He pays attention to what they're doing. They were obviously looking early, hard, and they barreled up some balls. So he's trying to get them off that.
Some of the best young pitchers have had success against you guys recently. Is that just a matter of not having familiarity with them, or vice versa?
Well, I think it's probably a lot of different things. I mean, the kid Hansen hasn't given up a run since. It's 28 innings, so that's 3 teams. Sometimes with young pitching, if they're not consistent yet, that doesn't mean they can't twirl up a pretty good game against you. Over the long haul, sometimes young pitchers are inconsistent. They don't command, but when they do, like again tonight, that's a pretty good effort.
Is there anything you can say on Petey?
Yeah. What did? Yeah.
That's Terry Francona after the game, and sometimes you have to be careful. We've talked about this, but for some reason, rookie pitchers, and we've seen it again. The young kid, Tommy Maddox, is that his name? Tommy Tommy Hanson down in Atlanta, gave him fits. The kid in Baltimore we saw the other day that he was just talking about gave him fits. For some reason, rookie pitchers seem to do pretty well against a good Red Sox lineup.
Well, not only that, when you talk about Oakland, you know, they have a lot of young pitchers. So when are you going to use them? When are you going to put them out there in the fire and they can show you what they can do? They're going to fail and they're going to beat some teams. Even though you say that they're not doing good, maybe like the last two teams they pitched against, but now they're playing against another team. Now, as you get into the season, they learn more about pitching. They go more over the scouting report, and sooner or later, it's going to click in.
They saw in Detroit, that team lost over 100 games. A couple years later, they're in the World Series. I don't think Oakland's headed to the World Series, but they head into the clubhouse with a win tonight. We will hear from Nomar Garciaparra as he talks about his return to Fenway Park. A one-on-one conversation with Nomar next.
Kiplinger's 2009 Car Buyer's Guide bestows Best Award, the highest predicted resale value in its class. 2009 Top Safety Pick Award, Car and Driver Best Small SUV, Government's highest possible 5-star safety rating. Named Motor Trend's 2009 Sport Utility of the Year. Feel the love. Buying an all-new 09 Subaru 4-Star, starting at only $19,995. Go to NewEnglandSubaru.com for a dealer near you.
Just open a little wider. Explorer, please. Say, where'd you get your office supplies?
Oh.
WB Mason, they're good, huh?
Oh.
Think they'd save me money, too?
Oh.
All those things. Cleaning supplies, snacks, Green Mountain coffee, too. Suction. When we're done here, let me have Mason's number. If you're still talking to me.
Who but WB Mason?
One source.
Morning, Ann.
Morning, Jim.
Wow, that looks tasty.
It's a Dunkin' Donuts wake-up wrap. I got it for just 99 cents.
Oh, must go great with your coffee.
No breakfast for you?
No. I've been tightening my belt lately.
You know that's just a saying, right? You can't actually save money doing that.
That's debatable.
Grab a new egg and cheese wake-up wrap for just 99 cents because it's breakfast, not brokefast. America saves on Dunkin'.
Some say American brands don't stack up to the imports on quality. Check the facts. Fact, with 5 models, Chevy has more Consumers Digest Best Buys than any other brand for the 2009 model year, like Malibu, Silverado Half-Ton, and the all-new crossover Traverse. You have a right to know the truth. And now, during Chevy's 72-hour sale, get 0% APR for 72 months on all 09 Silverado 1500 models, Impala, and Suburban. For the best coverage in America, see your local New England Chevy dealer.
Johnny Damon.
Yeah, Cowboy up back in Boston. In between innings, Pedro Martinez, it was a video played here at Fenway Park, and Pedro watched it firsthand. Scott Nixon. And he's standing 0 for low from about second base on as he made his way in from the pen.
Yeah, Derek Lowe last month, and now Nomar tonight. 5 years, just 3 weeks shy of the 5-year anniversary last time he played a game at Fenway Park. Tonight back, a great ovation for Nomar, and a good night for number 5, 2 for 4 with the game-winning RBI. After the game, Nomar spoke about it with Heidi Watt.
Nomar, obviously an emotional night for you here tonight. Can you take us through your walk to the plate for your first at bat?
You know, I didn't know what to think. I mean, it was so hard to describe. I was trying not to cry. I was getting choked up. You know, these fans have always made me feel just that way. I mean, since the day I put on that uniform, and you know, they've given me just such great memories and such great moments, and they gave me another one today that I'll never forget, and it was just tremendous, and hopefully it was hard. It was hard for me to just step in that box and do that, just because that was just tremendous, and I can't thank them enough.
And then you had to hit. You played here for 8.5 years. What was it like being on the opposite side tonight?
Strange. I didn't know where the clubhouse was. I didn't know how to get there because I never had to go over there. It was definitely different, and I mean, I know when I was going through the tunnel over there just to go to do the pregame interviews before, it was a bit strange for me. I started getting emotional just there because walking through that tunnel so many times, throughout my career, and it's definitely a little strange. But gosh, I can't get off this high. The adrenaline's once it wears off, I'm gonna be sore. My body's gonna be hurting after the adrenaline wears off. But it's just a tribute to these wonderful people here that I can feel like this.
And a big win for you guys tonight. And Brett Anderson, a big part of that. Can you talk about his night?
Yeah, he did a just tremendous job. I mean, he's really, he's been so good for us throughout the year. I mean, he's a young guy going out there, wants the ball in his hand, and I was just so happy to see that for him. I mean, he we have a lot of young guys on this team, a lot of young pitchers, and just the way they handle themselves is just awesome to see. And especially for a guy who's played quite a few years, and just see that and the way they handle themselves, it's good for the game, and I look for him to continue success like that. Today was tremendous.
All right, great. Thank you, Nomar.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Nomar Garciaparra back in Boston, a 2-for-4 night. Again, the game-winning RBI. We saw him twice out in Oakland. A pinch hit situation on the 14th. On the 13th, had a home run in his first game against the Red Sox. So hitting 3 for 8 with a couple of RBI. Obviously, not the same guy who was here as one of, if not the best shortstops in the game. But clearly, he can still help a team. And the question is, when you look at him, when you look at Jason Giambi, you look at some of these guys they've brought in, even Orlando Cabrera, the A's right now, 10 games under 500. You wonder if some of these guys, especially a veteran like Garciaparra, a veteran like Giambi, might get traded before the deadline to a team that can use that extra bat.
There's a possibility, but like you say, he's not the same Nomar, but at that time he was in the top 3. When you're talking about Jeter and you talk about Alex. But for Nomar, it just seemed like, I wasn't with him once he left here. I don't know what happened. I don't know, all of a sudden, you could just lose it. I don't know if he went to bodybuilding, but it just seemed like the desire or mechanics, just everything just messed up, or he became injury prone. So anytime you go through that puts you more like a year behind.
And let's not forget, in 06, put it all together very nicely, hit over 300, 20 homers, 93 RBI, was the National League Comeback Player of the Year. But again, it's all been about the injuries. Seems like as soon as he left here, those injuries started piling up. And he talked about it before the game, a chronic condition, something he now knows that he was born with that really affects his calves, keeps him from regenerating back from injuries, something he now knows he has to deal with.
Well, now that you just got to prepare yourself. And the key thing here is that how many more years can he play? How many more years does he want to play? And so now you just learn how to take care of yourself.
What were we reminded tonight, Jim? We were reminded that as long as you don't wear the Yankee uniform when you leave here, they will give you a standing ovation. Johnny Damon is the only guy who got deprived of that hero's welcome at Fenway.
Well, some will give you a standing ovation, but not all of them. But still, I mean, no one wants you to go to the Yankees. When you go to the Yankees, it's like a death call. So Johnny wears it well.
Yeah, Johnny's not worried about that. That's the last thing. Who knows where he'll be next year? He's at the end of his contract right now. I think Johnny Damon should be an all-star, by the way, but didn't get named to the team. Meantime, our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. Jim, you played in front of that wall a long time. It's a pretty nice play here from Jason Bay. Did he make the catch?
Well, it's like the ball beats the runner, you out. If the umpire says you out, you out. So I think he made a catch. That was a great catch.
Yeah, they've got a lot of looks at it from the replays, and it looks like, though, he did turn here. They kind of blew it up here. It looks like it is in the glove, and he closes it as he hits the wall. So that's a catch.
That's a catch. So in other words, if he makes a diving play, the ball goes in his glove, and all of a sudden it hits the ground, and he comes up with the glove closed, but you see the ball. Is it out?
It's a catch.
Umpire made the right decision.
He's out. And then he throws the double play, just shocking everybody as he held the glove up. Look, I got it. Then he throws it in as he makes that double play.
But the guy I was talking about was Eck. He's a pitcher. He wants everything anyway. It was an out.
Yeah, it's an out. Yeah, you think he would want them all to be outs because he's a pitcher. I don't know. Is that a full moon tonight? Did we get a full moon going? Full moon over Fenway Park tonight as we will take a look at a rough night for John Smoltz and hear from the pitcher next.
Traffic worse than Moscow. Here, have some coffee. I get from my office supply guy. He brings paper, toner, everything. And get this, no charge for delivery. He calls himself capitalist, this W.B. Mason. Me, I charge for everything. Let's go! Hey, brother, I love you!
Who but W.B. Mason?
One source. Wonderful.
He discovered a pattern.
The numbers are a warning.
That predicts future disasters. Now he must decode the clues to stop them.
The numbers are the key.
Own it on DVD and Blu-ray and get Push the same day.
There's nothing like seeing baseball in stunning high definition. And there's nothing like watching the biggest new DVD releases on breathtaking Blu-ray. Bring home the best in home entertainment with the Sylvania HD LCD flat screen and the outstanding Sylvania Blu-ray disc player. Available today at these stores.
At Dodge, we build dugouts. We build lockers. We build easy chairs. We build radar systems. We build TV stations. We build America's best-selling minivan, Dodge Grand Caravan. Come see what we've built for you.
Nesson keeps your socks on round the clock with Socks in 2. 2-hour game replays every game night at midnight and the following afternoon. It's your second chance at the Sox, only on Socks in 2. Presented by aceticket.com on Nesson.
Extra Innings is brought to you by W.B. Mason's What a Bargain in South Boston, where you can save up to 75% on new and used office furniture. What a way to beat the recession. What a bargain. And by BMW. Visit bmwmass.com. And is also brought to you in high definition by Sylvania HD LCD TVs and Blu-ray disc players. You must see Red Sox baseball in stunning high definition.
Our starting ace is brought to you by acetickets.com. Brett Anderson, not born when Loverboy topped the charts with The Kid Is Hot Tonight. He was on his game tonight, though. Second time he faces the Red Sox. He gets a win against them tonight, though he pitched very well against them last time out in Oakland. John Smoltz, meantime, his Red Sox Fenway debut did not go as planned. 5 earned runs over 6 innings. Let's hear from Smoltz at the podium.
Went back, watched the whole game again. I'm still shaking my head on some of the hits and some of the plays that, some of the pitches that I didn't think should have got hit. They found holes. Two bad pitches in the whole game, and you got to tip your hat to the kid tonight. He pitched a magnificent game. The thing about pitching and execution and the results can be very confusing. In 3 pitches, they scored a run. Leadoff double, bunt single, and then I don't know how Nomar hit that pitch, and he hit it in the hole. But I was fine with all that. Made some pitches to get to 2 outs, almost got the double play, and then Ellis hit a great pitch. Or I should say, maybe not a great pitch. He stayed inside the pitch, and what I hate more than anything is 2-out runs. And but I felt in control, threw the ball really well, and didn't have much to show for it tonight. But as mad as I get, I have to make sure to realize that I'm making a lot of progress, even though the results don't look like that. Another 2-out run with a ground ball. I mean, as a pitcher, when you can give up ground balls and they find holes, that's just sometimes just nothing you can do about it. The 2 balls that were hit hard were Giambi's and Ellis. Ultimately cost me some runs. I think I threw 11 straight strikes and I gave up 4 runs. I have three runs. I haven't done that. Your chances are usually not going to do that.
Youth was served tonight. When Brett Anderson was born, it was February 2nd, 1988. That year, Smoltz was a 21-year-old getting his first major league action with Atlanta after being named the International League's top prospect in the Baseball America's poll of managers. By the time Brett Anderson was 5, John Smoltz already had 3 All-Star appearances, 6 league championship appearances, had pitched in 4 World Series games, had led the National League in strikeouts, and was the NLCS MVP. And off the field had time to get married and have a couple of kids.
Pretty good.
So you got one guy headed to the Hall of Fame, but the other guy tonight, Brett Anderson, looking like he's headed to the Hall of Fame. Good young pitcher for Smoltz. Meantime, you heard him say it. He thought he was executing pitches. You saw some location issues during the course of the game that guys took advantage of.
Well, okay, location. What I mean by location was that was bad location, but Oakland A's took advantage of that, where Smoltz threw a lot of balls to left-hand hitters on the outside corner. By playing in Fenway Park, I would have taken those balls to left field. They roll over on those balls and hit them through the hole, and when you're doing that, you're going against the grain. So he was saying that I made pretty good pitches, but they went the other way.
Well, you can see here in the fourth inning, it got ugly from the get-go. Giambi with the double. Then, this is a play that maybe you turn the out if all goes well, and you're playing for one run maybe at that point. Instead, it stays fair. Suzuki winds up with a bunt single, and then there's Nomar going down and pulling that one to the left side.
That's a typical Nomar swing, typical Nomar base hit. And like Moses said, I have no idea how that man hit the ball, but we know Nomar. We had him here, and anything you can throw, remind your Kirby Puckett, you got to throw it behind his head. Nomar's going to hit that ball some kind of way.
Ellis follows up with a 2-run double. Kennedy wraps it up with an RBI single, just like that. 4 runs on the board. And after going the first 3 with no runs and only 2 hits, looked like it was going to be a continuation of what we saw in Baltimore from John Smoltz. Instead, the 4 runs in the fourth inning, more than enough for the young pitcher, Brett Anderson, tonight. In the 5th inning, got out of the inning without any further runs, but you could see the frustration. We heard Dennis Eckersley just calling it inconsistent umpiring behind home plate. You could see, and nobody was real happy with it tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't like that old Miko back there, but it seemed like the balls are close enough to be strikes. To me, a good example would be like Nomar. If that's close, he's going to swing. And so I think a lot of times you don't want to say the umpire is squeezing you, but those balls were too close to take, and Smoltz let the umpire know that. But with Smoltz out there, he's getting better. And like you said, it's not like they're killing the ball. It's not like they're hitting the ball from gap to gap. You got to base it here. You got to roll over there. And so what can you say? Just sort of like CNI dogs.
And he'll get another start here on this homestand before the All-Star break. We head to the commercial break and remind you that on Sunday, July 26th, Jim Rice will be busy in Cooperstown, but down at LeLacheur Park, the Lowell Spinners home ballpark, Good Sports invites you. Come check it out as current and former players from the Red Sox, Bruins, Celtics, Patriots, and Breakers, as well as media personalities, including Nesson's own Cole Wright and Andy Brickley, face off at a softball home run derby to help raise money to support underprivileged youth sports across Massachusetts. To get more information, to purchase tickets, and just get in the game, visit goodsports.org. We'll take a break, come back. Don't forget to send us your questions in Nesson.com inbox. We'll pick the best and answer them later in Granite City Electric's Red Sox final. We'll head into the Red Sox clubhouse, get reaction as the Red Sox are beaten tonight in Game 1 against the Oakland A's.
Lights, camera, revolution, stand us. Revolution, lights, camera, revolution, stand us. Revolution.
Lights, action, dot it. In many new styles. Freestyle. 360. Waterproof. Lights, action, dot it.
Gorham introduces eEssential, the interest-bearing online checking account. No ATM fees, no monthly service fee, and, oh yeah, no checkbook. For a breath of fresh banking, go to Gorham Savings Bank.
Fast. Fast doesn't even begin to describe it. I mean, these speeds will blow you away. Oh, and just when you think you can't go any faster, this power boost kicks in, and then you're seriously flying. It's fast. It's Talladega fast. Question.
Mr. Junior, are you going to talk about Roadrunner high-speed online all day?
Yeah. Next question.
Get Roadrunner, now with Power Boost, for only $29.95 a month for 12 months.
Some banks give away free toasters or fruit baskets to their new customers. At Gorham, all our customers receive something far more valuable: professional advice. For a breath of fresh banking, go to Gorham Savings Bank.
Summer with Nesson.
Jersey Boys, the exciting musical celebrating Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons' journey to stardom, arrives in Boston later this month. NESN.com is giving away 2 pairs of tickets to the show. Visit NESN.com before July 22nd and look for the Jersey Boys logo to enter for a chance to win. All right, let's go over to Catherine Tapp in Studio B, patiently awaiting us to stop talking so she can bring us a sports desk update.
That's always the story, TC. Always waiting for you to stop talking. Just kidding. Here's what we're working on for tonight's show. Coming up, would you believe it if I told you that Junior Seau wants to come back? Yes, Seau told the San Diego radio station that he's mulling over a return to the NFL for a 20th season. The 40-year-old linebacker, as you remember, joined the Pats this past year for the final 4 games of the regular season. During that stretch, he recorded 29 tackles for New England. And Rasheed Wallace is Boston-bound. Wallace has committed to sign with the Celtics on Wednesday. That is the first day that free agents are eligible to sign. The Globe's Mark Spears will join us to discuss Wallace and the possibility of Grant Hill coming to the C's as well. Lots of news to report tonight. It's all coming your way on Sports Desk, presented by FW Web. Find FW Web's 27 bath centers at frankweb.com. I will see you all in just a few, but first we need Tom Karen and Jim Rice to be quiet.
All right, we'll try not to hold you up. It's like we're playing golf ahead of you. We'll try not to hold you up, Catherine.
Sounds good.
Get out of your way as fast as we can. Catherine Tappan coming up next. And speaking of Catherine Tappan, of course, the Bruins host, Boston Bruins Foundation, hoping to raise money for their Jimmy Fund PMC bike team during 2 exciting events. You can help out: the Sunset Harbor Cruise on July 22nd or the Manchester Harley-Davidson Motorcycle Rally Ride on July 26th. For more information on these events or more, visit bostonbruins.com. We'll come back here from Rocco Baldelli and get reaction for the Red Sox. They have lost 3 out of 4 on this homestand with 6 to go before the All-Star break.
You only get one breakfast, so come to McDonald's and get 2 hot Egg McMuffin sandwiches for just $3.
Excuse me, would you eat 12 teaspoons of sugar?
What?
That's what's in your energy drink.
Oh, nasty.
Not only sugar, but 200 calories per can.
Look, all I want is energy.
Then try 5-Hour Energy. It has 0 sugar and only 4 calories.
It's kind of small, isn't it?
So it takes seconds to drink, and boom, you get the energy boost you want without the crash or jitters.
No crash, huh?
Still want that energy drink?
No thanks. Take the 5-Hour Energy.
5-Hour Energy. Hours of energy now.
No crash later.
These 2 here, guys. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. You know what? Follow me.
There you go, guys. Enjoy the games.
Heineken Light, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, can you pass me one? Please?
Heineken Light. Give yourself a good name.
Some say American brands don't stack up to the imports on quality. Check the facts. Fact: with 5 models, Chevy has more Consumers Digest Best Buys than any other brand for the 2009 model year, like Malibu, Silverado Half-Ton, and the all-new crossover Traverse. You have a right to know the truth. And now, during Chevy's 72-hour sale, get 0% APR for 72 months on all 09 Silverado 1500 models, Impala, and Suburban. For the best coverage in America, see your local New England Chevy dealer.
Hot coffee every morning. That's his routine. And he's never strayed. Not to say he hasn't been tempted once or twice.
I thought it was nice. You know, he's obviously a very special player to this city, and I think the fans showed exactly what they wanted to show, and that's that they appreciated everything he did, and he's I'm guessing he's always welcome back in Boston.
It's like, I mean, you guys caught Ferguson, you guys caught Hansen a couple like last week. Is it tough when you get a run of young guys with big arms that you haven't really seen before? Does that make it?
It's just different. It's just different, and it just seems like those guys with the big arms are, you know, throwing well too. It's not that they're not just out there throwing hard. I mean, the guy tonight, he pitched. He wasn't out there just throwing. He threw all his pitches, and he threw them all wherever he wanted them.
As a recipe for success for Brett Anderson, not so for the Red Sox. Now Josh Beckett looks to stay unbeaten at Fenway Park, trying to be the stopper once again. Heidi Watney speaks with the other guy who returned to Fenway tonight, a little overshadowed by Nomar. Orlando Cabrera hit a home run And Tony Maz previews the Twins coming to town as the Twins taking on CC Sabathia. All that coming up tomorrow on Red Sox Game Day Live. Stay with us. We'll take a break, come back, and check into the Yankees. Short afternoon for Joe Girardi. See how the rest of the afternoon went against the Toronto Blue Jays.
I'd like to show you the most versatile bag on the market today, the Soft Super Cooler.
It's a waterproof lined bag with super insulation.
Pop the water seal like that, put your clothes in it, go on vacation, unpack. Now you have a cooler, a day bag. Go into the bag, they pop open like this. Heavy-duty YKK zippers never rust or bind. The same zippers they have in wetsuits. They'll never rust on you. This opens up here, mesh pocket there. Plates, knives, forks, tackle boxes, anything you want to put in here for storage, even a beach blanket.
You can even crush it down for easy storage.
Drop the whole bag in the water, it floats.
The whole liner pulls out for easy cleaning.
The money I save in ice is amazing.
Call 1-800-905-1092 and get the Soft Super Cooler and Deluxe Shoulder Strap for just $69.95 plus processing and handling. You'll also get the incredible reusable Techni Ice free. Just pay separate processing and handling. Ask about the larger Deluxe Soft Super Cooler and optional hand cart. Order now.
The Soft Super Cooler, the most versatile bag in the world.
Fed up with feeble footlongs? You deserve a real sandwich, loaded with 100% real lobster. Come on, you deserve D'Angelo.
Fios guy, where are you headed?
Just installed Fios in the whole building. Now everyone has the fastest upload speeds. And we're giving them a mini netbook.
Well, I'm sticking with cable. So is Ted.
No, I'm not.
He's just goofing.
No, I'm not.
Ted has betrayed me.
Okay.
Switch to Verizon Fios TV, phone, and internet today and get an ultra-sleek compact mini netbook. This is Fios. This is big.
You're watching Nessie, home of the Boston Bruins and the Boston Red Sox.
Nomar Garciaparra.
Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again. Hello, friend. Really good to see you once again.
I really was nice seeing Nomar Garciaparra back tonight. No matter what happened at the end, no matter how fans felt, it was all, had they lost that World Series, had they not been beaten by the Yankees in the ALCS in 04, I think the way fans felt about Nomar might have been different. But Theo Epstein, you got to give him credit. It was a very gutsy trade. We know that now. He put it all on the line. And the Red Sox went on to win. And tonight, Nomar comes back and gets his share of the love.
It was a gutsy trade, but what Nomar said, and I really enjoyed it, he said when he played here, he gave everything he had. And for the fans that have watched him the years that he played here, they knew one thing. When he went out there, I mean, he was programmed, but when he went out there one way, and he played.
Now, we saw it again tonight. As he said, the adrenaline will wear off. He's going to be sore. But a two-hit night for Nomar Garciaparra. Red Sox beaten tonight. That's the bad news. They got a little help, though, from Toronto Blue Jays. Baseball night in New England, taking us a little afternoon baseball. Fourth game of a four-game set between these two teams. Every one of the games started at 1 o'clock. And right there, Derek Jeter is called out. Even though it appears he got around the tag, Joe Girardi doesn't agree. He is tossed by Marty Foster. End of the day for the manager. Now the Yankees, as usual, spotting themselves a hole they would have to try to dig out of here. Alex Rios with a 3-run homer off Andy Pettit, a 4-0 lead for the Jays. Top of the 7th now, 5-1. Scott Rowland, a 2-run double. Marco Scutaro scooting around with Vernon Wells right behind him. That's a 7-1 Jays lead. 6 runs down, 7th inning. That's about when the Yankees start waking up usually, and they almost pulled it off again today. Hideki Matsui didn't start, but he got a pinch hit base hit. That brought in Jorge Posada and Robinson Cano. 7-6 is the lead now. It's down to 1. 2 outs. 9th inning still. Eric Hinsky swings and misses. The former Blue Jay ending it. Jason Frazier gets him. And the Blue Jays hold on to win 7-6. Girardi tossed early in this one. Talked about it after the game.
2 outs. We still kept going. Get a big pinch hit from Matsui. Got started with Georgie and Cano. And you feel like something's going to happen again. Well, we won 2 series. It would have been nice to get another win today. You talk about winning series. 4-game series are sometimes a little bit tougher to win, obviously. But to go 5-2 on this homestand against a couple clubs that are over 500 and playing, Seattle was playing well, and Toronto's been kind of up and down. And we won a game that Holiday pitched. I thought we had a pretty good homestand.
Well, they've won 10 out of 12, so they're playing pretty well here, but it is still a 1-game lead for the Red Sox in both the standings and the loss column. 5.5 games back are the Tampa Bay Rays, 7 back are the Toronto Blue Jays. The Orioles still the only team in the division with a losing record. To the National League now, a shocker as the Phillies host the Reds. Cole Hamels and the Phillies taking on the Reds. Cole Hamels looking to avoid his 4th straight loss. Johnny Cueto got the start for the Reds. He came into the game with a 2.69 earned run average, 4th best in the National League. Shane Victorino without an out yet. That's a 2-run homer, and it's 2-0. Now with 2 outs, Greg Dobbs with a 2-run homer. That's his 5th of the year. That's a 4-0 lead, but wait, we're not done. 2 on now, still 2 outs, still the 1st inning. And the pitcher, Cole Hamels, doubles to right. Pedro Feliz and Carlos Ruiz both score. It is a 6-0 lead, but they're not done yet. Still the 1st inning. Jimmy Rollins up. Top of the order coming around at double to right center. That'll bring in Hamels. 7-0 Phillies, and Dusty Baker has seen enough of Cueto today. 2/3 of an inning, 9 earned runs, 3 walks. His ERA went from 2.69 to 3.45 in 1 day. And by the way, the next batter up was Chase Utley off Daniel Ray Herrera. That's a 3-run home run. That makes it 10-0 in the 1st inning. And the Phillies are just getting started here. 22-1. Phillies beat the Reds tonight. Worth had a grand slam in the 8th inning. That's his 7th homer of the year. Hamels got the win, 1 run over 7 innings. You wonder, Cueto was on the bubble there, maybe disappointed he didn't make the All-Star team. We've seen that happen over the years. A young player, a pitcher maybe, who thinks he should be in the All-Star game, doesn't get named, and lets it affect his performance.
Been there, done that. You just got to keep moving on. I mean, it's just like anything else. I mean, look at Wakey. I mean, here it is, he's 40 years old, and all of a sudden you have a good year, and you're an All-Star game, but you can't worry about that. You have one thing to think about. Your job is to go out there for that day. If you're chosen to go to the All-Star game, maybe. But even though your numbers are there, doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be there.
You wonder if this is the type of game that'll wake up the Phillies, defending world champions coming into the game. Just a 1-game lead, disappointing first half, but they've still got the first place spot there. And now, if they get that offense going, a lot of good hitters in that Phillies lineup. I
mean, you look what they did last year. They still have approximately the same hitters. Probably have a little, maybe add another guy, probably better. But I think other teams gets up for the Phillies also because why? The world champions. So now you got to make some kind of adjustment, and the Phillies are not able to make that. They're not making that adjustment right now. But at least you got the second half to look forward to. So Charlie got some up his sleeve, so I'm looking out for that.
22 runs in a game. We'll get that offense feeling good about itself, that's for sure. We'll see where they go from here. We will go to a break from here. Come back with your questions on the NESN.com inbox next.
Hey, Mr. Energy Wizard, how can I safely dispose of my compact fluorescent bulbs?
That's easy. Bring them to your nearest Granite City Electric. These great energy-saving light bulbs contain harmful chemicals that need to be handled correctly. Granite City will dispose of them properly and give you 10% off your next purchase of compact fluorescents. That way you save money, energy, and the environment all at the same time. What a great idea!
If you currently have in excess of $10,000 in credit card debt, time is not on your side. Take the first step and call the Debt Relief Helpline now. Debt management has been successfully helping individuals and families just like you rebuild their credit and get back on track. Call the number on the screen now, and in just minutes, a debt settlement representative will go over the many options available to you. Options that include setting up a payoff plan that will work with your existing creditors to eliminate penalties and late fees, lower your interest rates, and in some cases even reduce your credit debt by as much as 30 to 40% or more.
I'm going to confront this economic crisis head on by taking all necessary steps to ease the credit crisis, help hardworking families, and restore growth and prosperity.
Get your life back on track. Time is not on your side, so don't wait. This is the perfect time to build a plan to settle your debt and work toward financial freedom. So make the call now.
These two here, guys. It's all good, man. Don't sweat it. Don't worry about it. You know what? Follow me.
There you go, guys. Enjoy the games.
Heineken Light, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, can you pass me one? Please?
Heineken Light. Give yourself a good name.
Red Sox Final is brought to you by Granite City Electric. Granite City Electric helps you save money, time, and energy with your electrical supplies and lighting.
I've been waiting for the NESN.com inbox. That wait is over as we take your questions now from NESN.com/final and get some answers. So we begin in Tolland, Connecticut. Jordan writes in, if David Ortiz continues on his recent surge of hitting, do you think we will see a return to the 3 spot in the order after the All-Star break?
I think so. I would like to see him in the 3 and the 4 spot. What I mean by that is that if you have a left-hander starting, I would like to see him maybe in the 4 spot. If a right-hander is throwing, I like to see him in the 3 spot. It means he comes up more times.
Had a left-hander going tonight. You had Ellsbury, Lugo, Youkilis, Ortiz, Bay. So you got a lefty in the middle of the righties. Also dictates what they can do with their bullpen.
Yes, but you didn't have Pedroia in there. So if you had Pedroia in there, a different story right there.
Exactly right. You see what he has done over the last 13 games. The weather's heating up, and so is Big Papi. 288 with 4 homers. 10 RBIs, 8 runs scored, 4 multiple hit games. Big Papi now with 9 homers on the season, and we're halfway through the season, and again had 1 at the end of May. Tammy Freckleton in Newport, New Hampshire writes in and says, we all love Nomar, we all love Kevin Millar, some still love Manny, a couple love Damon. Of all these former Red Sox players, who would you like to see back in a Red Sox uniform to finish their career?
Nomar. Because you plan shortstop, and shortstop is probably one more. The shortstop is more the captain of the ball club than anything. It's because he's a cutoff guy. He's supposed to have the guy with the strongest arm. And of course, with Nomar, you know just about Nomar will get 200 hits. He can hit you 30 home runs. He's going to play out there every day. If you get Manny, you don't know what's going to show up. Manny may knock in 3 and give you up 5. With Johnny Damon, you know, I can throw better than he can. He can run better than I can. And Kevin Millar, you have no idea what he's going to do. But I would take Nomar over any of those
Certainly
guys.
Nomar in his prime. We'll bring you those sort of numbers. Manny, we know the problem he brings is everything else. He will get the job done on the field. The question is, will he completely turn a clubhouse upside down? He did last year.
See, those are the key things right there. I think a lot of fans will look at what you're doing on the field. But it depends on what you're doing inside the clubhouse. Inside the clubhouse means a lot, much more than what's on the field.
For a guy right now, and I've heard some people bring this up again lately, Orlando Cabrera is interesting if they end up looking for somebody to help him at the shortstop position over the rest of the year.
Well, I'll tell you what, I like the way he swings the bat. He's sort of like a small man with a big bat, and he doesn't mind letting it go.
He's got the big swing, hit a home run tonight as he came back. Not quite the same as Nomar's return for the first time in 5 years. Last but not least, JD in Palmer, Mass. Says, do you think the Red Sox would have won it all in 2004 if they had not traded Nomar Garciaparra?
Well, everyone can second guess. I have no idea. Only thing I can say, they won in 2004. Theo did the right thing because he won the World Series. But as far as my opinion, letting Nomar go, I loved him because I worked with him and I knew, you know, his makeup and everything else and what he meant to the city and what he meant to the ball club. But somehow there was a difference, I guess, with management, owners, as far as getting together with his agent. I'm out of that. but
we know
they did the right thing.
Terry Francona said in the pregame, talking to us before the game, he said, maybe at the end of by that time in 2004, Boston had kind of run its course with Nomar and vice versa. All Bostoned out, I think, is what Terry said about it. And it seemed at the end that the way that team was playing, remember, they got up to the great start in April, and then for 2 months were an under 500 team. Whatever happened, whether it was Nomar himself or just the mere shaking up of a clubhouse, sometimes you just need to shake it up.
You need it.
And it worked. I mean, we know that. We know they played over those last 6 weeks as good as any team we've seen. And they played so well. And, they had the personality. I'm not sure they would have had the same personality without the trade to come back from a 3-0 deficit to the Yankees.
It worked both ways, but I think Nomar didn't really he didn't want to go or wanted to go, but he went, they traded him, but also he came back and got a ring.
He did that. That's exactly right. He got his ring.
Him a ring,
last but not least, Mayor in Bourne writes in, with the Yankees closing in the Sox on the standings, my question is, do you think the Yankees would have as many wins if they were still playing in the old Yankee Stadium instead of the new bandbox in the Bronx?
Well, I think she answered on the question herself when you say that bandbox, so telling you hit more home runs right there. But the pitching has always been bad. So if the pitching was bad, even in the new ballpark, it would have been bad in the old ballpark. But at least in the new ballpark, they got more home runs. In the old ballpark, I don't think they have as many.
And they've got Damon. Damon's just getting those little check swing foul ball home runs over the right field. So it hasn't hurt the offense, that's for sure. But you're right, it hasn't helped the pitching any either. All right, as always, want your questions on the NESN.com inbox. Be sure to send them in tomorrow as we'll answer more at Granite City Electric's Red Sox final. We'll come back and preview Josh Beckett's start against the Oakland A's. That's next.
Fios guy, where are you headed? Just installed Fios in the whole building. Now everyone has the fastest upload speeds. And we're giving them a mini netbook.
Well, I'm sticking with cable. So is Ted.
No, I'm not.
He's just goofing.
No, I'm not.
Ted has betrayed me.
Okay.
Unlike cable, Fios brings 100% fiber optics straight to your home. And when you switch now, you can get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. With Fios, you get razor-sharp TV, blazing fast internet, and crystal clear phone service. All for just $119.99 a month with a 1-year agreement. Sign up today. Call 1-866-709-FIOS. And for a limited time, get an incredible compact mini to get the most out of your Fios internet. Get it all together with a great deal on Fios TV, internet, and phone. Plus, get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. So call 1-866-709-FIOS today before time runs out on this astonishing offer. This is Fios. This is big.
NESN keeps your socks on round the clock with Socks in 2. 2-hour game replays every game night at midnight and the following afternoon. It's your second chance at the Sox, only on Socks.
It's your alma mater against your brothers, so you know that's him calling. Not just because you're down by 2, but because cable's caller ID on TV, free with digital phone service. Boom! Oh man, your team just hit a 3 at the buzzer. Maybe Big Bro won't go to voicemail after all. That's the power of caller ID on TV. Time Warner Cable offers phone plans starting as low as $29.95 per month. Time Warner Cable, the power of you.
This is Jim Brookshire, age 44. Jim's got a passion for spectator sports, football, hockey, auto racing. Jim's main complaint, he can't see the details. Jim's solution, an HD TV from State Street Discount.
At State Street Discount, we can help Jim see all that's possible with our great selection of HD TVs. The right price and the right advice. State Street Discount has all you want.
State Street Discount. We'll help Jim see all the possibilities and maybe help with the laundry, too.
It was great for him. Obviously, it touched him quite a bit.
Did he say anything to you before he said that?
I think he said, "Tell Smoltz thanks for, taking his time."
Could you tell he was fighting back tears?
After just a moment or two, I stopped looking, let him enjoy his time. That was his time. And, you can tell, I've known Nomar's had it's been hard for him not being here.
his strikes. He's got good stuff, 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and like I said, a good slider and change. So, you know, just got to tip your cap.
Is there anything that you could pinpoint over the past, I guess, week or so about why the offense hasn't been clicking like maybe it did earlier in the year?
No, I mean, when you look at, I think some of the guys that we have faced, you know, some of the guys that have, you know, been pitching pretty well. I mean, you give a little credit there, but just one of those things where, you know, you go in a little bit of a rut, and, you know, it's not going to be there, you know, every time. We're not going to get 10 runs, but, you know, we definitely, I think, you know, like I said, you got to give those guys credit, but I think we can definitely be and need to be a little bit better.
Yeah, that was a good call, though. Catching the eighth on Sweeney's ball, did you think you had it the whole way?
I mean, I was really unsure. You know, I jumped up and I wasn't sure if I caught it, and I was actually kind of not surprised, but the fact that it was in my glove, you know, I figured I did catch it. You know, and that was basically just the way I played it, you know, got it and threw it in, and I haven't seen a replay. I don't know, I honestly don't know if I really did or not, but I believed that I did at the time.
Guerin came out and argued. What do you...
There you go. He believed he had it. We believe he had it. Most importantly, the umpire believed he had it. Our JetBlue scouting report, Josh Beckett on the mound in his 17th start, looking for his 10th win of the year. Don't know who'll be pitching for the A's just yet. They're waiting on their announcement. But he has obviously done everything last time. Not his best outing in Baltimore. 5 runs, 7 innings. He was on the hook. His offense took him off the hook with that dramatic 9th inning comeback. They came back from 5-1 down and 1-11.
You know, when you're thinking about it, with a pitcher, if he's on the hook, he's saying, guys, come on, score some runs, we got a chance with the ball game. Get me off the hook. Regardless of how many runs they're down, a pitcher still, when it goes out, I mean, when he will think about his offense, at least try to get there and score some runs.
Well, Beckett, if he could, he would have wanted to pinch hit, help himself out with the bat.
He's that type of guy.
Absolutely. They want him fired up tomorrow because they've lost 3 out of 4 on this homestand so far. And tonight, a night that belonged to Nomar Garciaparra belonged to his new team, the Oakland A's. Final score for the final time, Oakland 6, Boston nothing as the Sox get shut out. For Jim Rice and all of us here at SN, I'm Tom Karen. Thanks so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow starting at 6. Stay tuned right now for Sports Desk with Catherine Tappan.
Right here on Sports Desk, Nomar is back. The former face of Boston steps onto the Fenway grass for the first time since 2004. We've got his reaction on this long-awaited return. Plus, Smoltz takes the ball in his Fenway debut.
Rasheed Wallace, that high release.
Rasheed is coming to Boston.
Wallace hard to the basket.
We'll go inside the deal, plus another big name could be on the way.
The Junior Seau.
Is Junior ready to tackle another NFL season? And the Rook arrives while Lance keeps on rolling. Sports Desk starts right now.
Is this number 1 for Garciaparra, his first Major League home run? Not only his first home run, but his first Major League hit.
Nomar with 2 home runs on the night.
Drives this one deep to left field. Well hit. Gone! A grand slam home run. 3 homers, 10 ribbies for Garciaparra. Have a birthday, Nomar. He rips one high and deep to left. Grand slam, 3rd over the screen today for Garciaparra.
He's back. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Sports Desk presented by FW Web. Find FW Web's 27 bath centers at frankweb.com. I'm Catherine Tappan. Rasheed Wallace is a done deal, but could another huge name join the green? The Globe's Mark Spears joins us for a big Celtics news move, and that and much more coming up later on in the show. But first, it was an exciting night at Fenway Park on Monday as the fans welcomed back a man who spent 9 seasons in a Boston uniform. Nomar Garciaparra stepped on the field at Fenway Park for the first time since being traded back in 2004, and he seemed very happy to return to a place that was very familiar to him. With much more coverage on Nomar's return, here is Heidi Watney.
Nomar Garciaparra's last game here at Fenway Park was July 25th, 2004, and when he left that day, he didn't know that would be his last game, and he said he was disappointed he never got to say goodbye to the fans. Today, he was asked what he would say to those fans if he had a chance.
I love them. I mean, I don't know how else to put to the fans that I just love them. I love the way they treated me the whole time I was here, and I'm getting a little emotional just because when I was gone, Boston fans are everywhere, which is awesome. And I can't tell you how many times I heard thank you, appreciate everything you did, thank you for all you did. And I can't tell them thank you what that meant to me. I mean, even today, I was just walking down wonderful Newberry Street, and a guy came up to me, he shook my hand, and just looked me in the eyes and said, thank you for all you did. And I just looked at him, no, thank you. And that's truly it, because I can't believe the wonderful experiences I've had here, and it's all because of them. The emotions that I experienced here, just, you know, playing in front of these great people, these fans in this wonderful stadium. You know, this is where my career started. So for me, you know, that's what's going to go through me. And, you know, those are really my anticipation when I was coming here. I was excited to come here, come back.
In talking to some of his former teammates, David Ortiz and Jason Varitek, they both commented on Nomar's talent and how important he was to the team during his time here. And Red Sox Nation seems to have the same affinity for Nomar as he does for them. At Fenway Park, I'm Heidi Watney for NESN Sports Desk.
Heidi, thank you. Well, lost in all the hoopla surrounding Nomar's return was the fact that John Smoltz was on the hill, ready to make his first start at Fenway Park. And it was only his third of the season. The veteran was also still looking for his first victory. And we head to the top of the first of this ball game with a man on first, no outs. The man who replaced Nomar Garciaparra at short after the trade back in 2004, Orlando Cabrera, facing John Smoltz. He grounds into a 6-4-3 double play. More on Cabrera a little later on in the game, but we are scoreless after one. Top of the second, Nomar leading off, making his first plate appearance at Fenway since July 25th, 2004.
Designated hitter number one, Nomar Garciaparra.
Now, how are you going to hit? I was thinking the same thing. That is quite a moment. It was kind of chills. I had some chills there. These are big moments. I'm glad I was here.
So how did he do after that emotional welcome? Well, Smoltz gets Nomar to ground into third for the first out of the inning. But on his jog back to the visitors' dugout, Nomar salutes some of his former teammates on the Sox bench. A class act right there, still scoreless after three. Top of the fourth we go. Runners on the corners, no outs. Garciaparra this time swinging at the first pitch, and it's an RBI single to shallow left. Jason Giambi scores from third. Nomar 2 for 4 on the night, 1 RBI. Oakland leading at 1-0. 3 batters later, with runners on the corners, 2 outs, Mark Ellis drives Smoltz's offering off the wall in deep left center. Kurt Suzuki comes away and scores easily from third. The relay to home not in time. Ryan Sweeney scores all the way from first, and the A's would add another run in the inning. Smoltz allowed 4 in the fourth. Oakland up 4-0. Top of the sixth we go now with a man on third, 2 outs. Adam Kennedy with an RBI single right through the right side. Scott Hairston scores from third, and Kennedy went 3 for 5, 2 RBIs, and that would be it for Smoltz. 6 innings pitched. He allowed 10 hits, 3 earned runs. He walked 1, and he struck out 3. Oakland up 5-0 after 6. Top of the ninth we go now. Same score, 2 outs. Orlando Cabrera facing Takashi Saito, and he blasts a home run over the Green Monster. That is his 4th of the season. He went 1 for 5, but that's good enough. Oakland goes on to win this one by a final of 6-0. So Garciaparra gets a win in his return to Fenway as Anderson completely locked down the Sox offense, shutting out Boston for just the 2nd time this season. Smoltz was looking good until that rough 4th outing, and the Red Sox have suddenly hit a little bump in the road, having lost 3 of their last 4 games. But when all was said and done, the talk was still all about Nomar.
You know, I didn't know what to think. I mean, it was so hard to describe. I was trying not to cry. I was getting choked up. You know, these fans have always made me feel just that way. I mean, since the day I put on that uniform, and you know, they've given me just such great memories and such great moments, and they gave me another one today that I'll never forget, and it was just tremendous, and hopefully it was hard. It was hard for me to just step in that box and do that, just because that was just tremendous, and I can't thank them enough.
And then you had to hit. You played here for 8.5 years. What was it like being on the opposite side tonight?
Strange. I didn't know where the clubhouse was. I didn't know how to get there because I never had to go over there. It was definitely different, and I mean, I know when I was going through the tunnel over there just to go to do the pregame interviews before, it was a bit strange for me. I started getting emotional just there because walking through that tunnel so many times, throughout my career, and it's definitely a little strange. But gosh, I can't get off this high. The adrenaline's gonna, once it wears off, I'm gonna be sore. My body's gonna be hurting after the adrenaline wears off. But it's just a tribute to these wonderful people here that I can feel like this.
Went back, watched the whole game again. I'm still shaking my head on some of the hits and some of the plays that, some of the pitches that I didn't think should have got hit. They found holes. Two bad pitches in the whole game, and you got to tip your hat to the kid tonight. He pitched a magnificent game.
So Nomar finishes 2 for 4 as part of a 15-hit Oakland attack, which was more than enough for Brett Anderson. The kid, as Smoltz just called him, a 21-year-old, has owned the Sox in his 2 starts against them this season. For much more on the game, along with Nomar's return, here are the men who called it: Don Orsillo and Hall of Famer Dennis Eckersley.
Thanks very much. Well, on a night when the story was about John Smoltz and Nomar Garciaparra, it turns into Brett Anderson. What a game he pitched.
You're not going to see a better game, let alone from a rookie left-hander, Fenway Park. 2 hits, 1 ball, really hit hard all night. And like you said, the story was shifted over to the pitcher, a rookie pitcher. And, the A's, you don't expect them to score any kind of runs. They come in here last in everything offensively, and they, come back with 15 hits and 6 runs.
Your thoughts on John Smoltz outing tonight?
Well, I mean, that 1 inning, they got 4 runs off of him, and I think for the most part, all game he had trouble, inconsistent breaking ball. And one of the hits he's going to kick himself on is the double that Mark Ellis hit in the gap, a little split finger that stayed up a little bit. But, he's going to have to get, work on his breaking ball a little bit. It wasn't the best by John Smoltz, and he'll admit that. So hopefully he'll get it together next time out.
Oakland A's take game 1 of this 3-game series. It'll be Josh Beckett on the hill for the middle game. We'll have it for you right here on NESN. Now back to Sports Desk.
In the Bronx, Scott Rowland and the Blue Jays visiting the Yankees in the last of a 4-game set. We picked this one up in the top of the 7th. Blue Jays up a commanding 5-1 lead at this point, and Rowland smokes the ball to deep left center and off the wall. 2 runs come around to score. Rowland now has himself a very pretty 23-game hit streak intact. Bottom of the 9th we go now. Yankees rally to get back within 3 runs. Hideki Matsui at the plate, and he hits a flare that drops into short center. 2 more runs will come around to score as the Yankees now trail 7-6. Former Red Sox Eric Hinske on deck, and he has a chance to be the hero on Monday night. Hinske steps to the plate in his Yankees debut with 2 down. And unfortunately not too good. He gets fanned on the splitter. Game over. Yankees lose 7-6. No late game heroics for the old Boston utility man in this one. Well, here's a look at how the AL East is shaping up as the Sox blow a golden opportunity to pick up some ground on those Yankees. Boston's divisional lead remains at just 1 game. Meanwhile, 3rd place Tampa sits 5.5 off the pace. We are just getting started on the show.
Rasheed Wallace from downtown.
The Celtics reload big time, but is another move on the horizon? Mark Spears has the answer. The Bruins' top pick arrives in the hub. Plus, Josh Beckett is on deck. You'll get a preview of the Sox ace. Sports Desk is back in 2.
Sports Desk is brought to you in part by Bigelow Tea, Terry Francona's green tea of choice.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
Do you have a minute?
I want you to meet my auto insurance company. You should get to know these guys.
They're really something.
One thing you'll learn about Amica customers is that they love their car insurance company, and they love to tell people about it.
When I was in my accident, Amica paid the claim like that.
I did a ton of research. There are so many reasons to switch to Amica.
Call Amica now. We'll take the time to ask questions, explain your options, and find the coverage that's right for you.
No wonder we've been recognized for our customer satisfaction and financial stability year after year. So call Amica now.
There was a lot of anxiety when I had the accident. Amica took it away.
I was covered just like they said I would be.
Amica is a mutual insurance company.
The customers own the company.
That's me.
That's me.
That's me.
Usually you have to pay for the best service. I actually save money.
Call Amica now for your free quote. You could save hundreds when you switch to Amica.
So let's recap.
Unbeatable service.
Complete coverage.
Solid company.
And I save money.
You gotta love that. What are you waiting for? Call Amica.
There's no way. I just can't swing a vacation.
Someone needs to lighten up.
No vacation.
I
can't afford it.
You can if you name your own price.
I don't know how.
It's easy. Priceline has insider deals. Empty hotel rooms, open plane seats. You can save up to half off.
That's a great deal.
Saving money is no laughing matter.
That's a nice shirt, announcer boy. Thanks. Official Red Sox team store. Nice. That's where I got this. I got this there, too. Oh, I also bought this. Well, I got this Wally doll at the official Red Sox team store. Oh, yeah? I got these for my kids at that store. You just hate to lose, don't you, souvenir boy? You look a little warm. How about some water? Guess where I got the bottle?
Visit us across the street from Fenway Park or order online.
After watching Eastern Conference competitors load up this offseason, the Celtics finally made a big splash of their own, agreeing to a 2-year contract with 4-time NBA All-Star Rasheed Wallace. And joining us now to talk about the big move and much more is Mark Spears of the Boston Globe. And Mark, thanks for joining us. A large Celtics contingent met with Rasheed last Thursday, and even though he still had meetings scheduled this week with the Spurs, Magic, and the Mavs, Wallace decided to call them all off. What was in it that convinced him so much that Boston was the choice?
Well, I mean, you got 3 future Hall of Famers, their coach, Doc Rivers, Danny Ainge, and the owner of the team come to your house, fly to your house, come knock on your door, not asking you to meet them in Boston, come to your house and say, please come join us. How do you say no to that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's never happened to me, so I wouldn't know. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, how do you say no to that? And it wasn't like there was anybody out there, you know, that was going to give him more money than what Boston could give him. Detroit wasn't going to re-sign him. The teams with cap room weren't coming after him. You know, Orlando was an interesting potential destination. San Antonio, Larry Brown with his former coach in Charlotte was interested. But in the end, that big 3 and Doc and Danny and Wick, too much to turn away from, and so I wasn't surprised that he made the commitment yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously Wallace does have a bit of a checkered past, and he's known as a hothead, but with this veteran core already in place, do you have any concerns about how he's going to fit into the Celtics locker room?
Hey, they got a lot of technicals besides him on that team, too. I mean, Garnett, Perkins, Doc, they've all got their share of technicals. I think the way Doc is, though, he's really good at reining in that kind of stuff in a positive way. I think he has so much respect for Kevin that he's not going to, you know, put himself of being in jeopardy of getting, you know, suspended for games over text. But that being said, I expect Sheed to be Sheed.
So now the East top 3 teams have all made big moves. The Cavs get Shaq, Magic get Vince Carter, and Boston answers back with Rasheed. So which edition do you like the best?
I'd say it's a tie between Cleveland and Boston. I think Shaq's going to be a great addition for them. They're not running as much as Phoenix, so it works to his abilities a lot better. He's going to be a free agent next year. Still wants to play 2 more years, so he'll be in great shape. And, you know, with him, it's just always a matter of staying healthy and being in shape. But, you know, Rasheed's addition, I mean, Rasheed probably could start for most teams in the NBA, and he'll be coming off the bench. The Celtics' depth is amazing, and it will get even stronger if they get Grant Hill and Glenn Davis. So, you know, right now I wouldn't be surprised if, even with Shaq's addition in Cleveland, that Boston is the favorite in the East.
You lead me to my next question here. Now with Wallace in the fold, multiple sources indicate that Danny Ainge is now turning his attention towards free agent forward Grant Hill. What can you tell us about their potential courtship?
Well, I mean, Grant Hill went to New York today. He's there probably as we speak and visiting with the Knicks. But the thing is, they could offer the same amount of money as Boston can. So I don't know why he would, unless Phoenix could come up with some more money for him. You know, how do you turn down an opportunity to play with that kind of team this late in your career? I think there's too much potential for greatness and too much fun to be had to turn that down. So I wouldn't be surprised if Grant Hill's there too.
You also mentioned Glenn Davis earlier. Now, what is going on with that, and will you expect to see Big Baby back in the lineup next season?
He's going to do his due diligence, and he's not in any rush. But, you know, the trump card that the Celtics have is that he's restricted. So they're like, hey, go see what you can get and then come back and right now. I don't think he's worried, because I think with each passing week there'll be more teams interested in him. But I could see stuff being finalized with him in about 10 days, and kind of in a similar fashion as James Posey. I think it's positive that he'll be back. My guess is he will.
Great stuff. Mark Spears, thanks so much for the knowledge. We always enjoy having you here on the show.
No problem. Take care now.
Still ahead on Sports Desk, is Junior Seau prepping for a return to the NFL? That would mean 20 seasons for the future Hall of Famer. We'll tell you what he had to say about a potential comeback. And Jordan Caron has arrived in the hub. We'll welcome the newest top draft choice of the Boston Bruins when we come back.
This segment brought to you by FW Webb, home of Frank Webb's Bath Center, a trusted part of your home remodeling team.
Fios guy, where are you headed? Just installed Fios in the whole building. Now everyone has the fastest upload speeds. And we're giving them a mini netbook.
Well, I'm sticking with cable. So is Ted.
No, I'm not.
He's just goofing.
No, I'm not.
Ted has betrayed me.
Okay.
Unlike cable, Fios brings 100% fiber optics straight to your home. And when you switch now, you can get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. With Fios, you get razor-sharp TV, blazing fast internet, and crystal clear phone service. All for just $119.99 a month with a 1-year agreement. Sign up today. Call 1-866-709-FIOS. And for a limited time, get an incredible compact mini to get the most out of your Fios internet. Get it all together with a great deal on Fios TV, internet, and phone. Plus, get a free compact mini netbook. Just pay shipping, handling, and taxes. So call 1-866-709-FIOS today before time runs out on this astonishing offer. This is Fios. This is big.
With all the liquor stores and all the different vodkas they sell, where can you find a handmade vodka from Texas?
I found it at Yankee Spirits. Where the heck am I?
When you want a delicious pizza for the game, it's Papa Time, delivered. Order Papa Gino's Pizza Delivery and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 Red Sox tickets and the grand prize of 4 luxury box seats and free pizza for a year. Papa.
But the weather's beautiful. Got a little shine though. Let me clean. Can I clean you up a little bit?
Sure, go right ahead.
Clean you up.
Oh, jeez.
Who's are those? Oh, these are the weather girls. Okay. All right. As long
Let's
as,
move right along here.
As long as they're not Leslie's, okay?
Oh, no,
my.
No.
These are Leslie's right here.
Okay. Dick Feeney, tell me about the show and keep him under control, please. Jeez.
The doctor told you to stay away from those martinis.
So how'd you get all these guys together?
We started the show, my partner and I, Sandy Hackett, it's Buddy Hackett's son.
I think I'm blushing. Go ahead.
Here you are.
Go ahead.
She kept me up all night last night. She was banging on my door.
Okay, can we cut his mic maybe, please? All right, continue on, continue on.
I wouldn't let her out.